Fade to District 128 logo. Fade into board members seated at table.
To get started, if everybody could take their seat, please. We're going to call the meeting to order. Thank you, everyone. If I could ask everybody to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is right behind you.
Everyone stands for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone returns to their seats.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Jim Batson.
Here.
Kara Benjamin.
Here.
Don Carmichael.
Here.
Kara Drumkey.
Here.
Lisa Hessel.
Here.
Middlesh Kotwal.
Here.
Sonal Kulkarni.
Here. We note all members present, and we are going to start tonight with student recognition.
Camera turns to podium. Dr. John Gilliam approaches the podium. Pause for technical difficulties with the microphone for the next 30 seconds.
There we go.
Turn it up a little bit. Oh, there we go. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm John Gilliam, the principal of Vernon Hills High School. We have some awesome students to celebrate tonight. We're going to start with some students that performed super well in our local U.S. History Fair and then advanced to the state fair. So I'm going to bring up Paul Freezer to talk a little bit more. National History Fair project, and as part of that competition, the competition is not limited to grade and class. This year we have a total of 17 students in the project to qualify for National History Illinois State Competition. And we have 4 students and 5 students who earned the honor of being state finalists. And those students are Michelle Lewis, Catherine Lewis, Anya Gutan, and Rita Malhotra. For the project we did the highest honor you can receive in the state. And of those state finalists, the top 2 in each category go to the national competition, which is held in University of Maryland at College Park. So you see a lot of Washington, D.C., very cool university stuff. And this year, Vernon Hills also has, with our 3rd project and 5th student, qualified for the National History National Competition. He was one of the top 2 research papers in the state, and that guy is still with us, I think, right now. Mr. Caleb Cunningham.
Students receive certificates and takes pictures with school board members for about the next 30 seconds. Dr. John Gilliam.
All right, good job. Then we have a new club to Vernon Hills High School this year, Business Professionals of America, and had some great success in that club. Some state finalists and national placers, or they're going to be going to the nationals. And I want to invite Dr. Debbie Beagle to share some more about those kids.
Debbie Beagle approaches the podium.
All right, yes, the Business Professionals of America. This is our first year with our club, and these 4 ladies competed at area, and then at state, and then at nationals, and we were unaware that they could be called back for a second day. So we got back to Vernon Hills High School, and this year nationals was in Chicago. So close trip. So we made the commute back and forth and got back, and we were like, oh, wow, we're going back tomorrow, which is super exciting. And then even more exciting was that they placed 3rd at nationals, which is awesome. So their category, super awesome. Their category was User Experience Design Team. So congratulations to all 4 of you. And we have the awards for Snehi and Shristi and Kavya and Reshma.
Students receive certificates and takes pictures with school board members for about the next 30 seconds.
All right, then we have a sizable crew in black t-shirts over there. That's members of the Vernon Hills Wind Ensemble. I'm going to bring up Dr. Drew Russell and Randy Sundell to talk a little bit about our First and State Wind Ensemble.
This is a super special recognition for a bunch of reasons. The first one is these students were selected as one of 7 schools in our class, which is 1A, to go down to Champaign and compete in the state competition for band. They went down there. It was a wonderful, sunny 11 a.m. day in Champaign. I got my favorite Mexican food right before I watched them perform, and they were unbelievable. But even more importantly, they were selected as the state champion that day for the 6th time. So thank you. So the way that this works is in music, you can't be the state champion every year. What happens is when you're selected as the state champion, the next year you go back to the contest in Champaign and you perform as the honor band. You're a model. They put you at the very end of the concert, and you're there for everybody to see what a model performance ensemble looks like. And so when I say they're champions 6 times, well, that means there's 6 times where they couldn't have been champions. And in fact, this is actually really important. Standing right here is Mr. Sundell. So he's been the band director at this school since it opened. Before that, he was the assistant at Libertyville High School. So as far as I can tell, there's only been 10 times in the history of our school when this ensemble could have even possibly been named state champion. And out of those 10, 6 times they actually did it. It's unbelievable. Like, there's nothing else. The only other thing that's like that is Libertyville High School under Don Shoup. That's the only other example. So it's especially important because next year is Randy Sundell's last year as an educator here at Vernon Hills High School. He's retiring. And because he's the honor band, we won't be here recognizing him because he can't win the state champion. Otherwise, I'm sure he would win it. Let's, before we get the kids up here who are unbelievable, let's just give Mr. Sundell a round of applause for a remarkable career. Now, with that said, we understand that our job at the high school is really the tip of the iceberg. There are teachers that teach in all the Hawthorne schools at the elementary level that get these kids started on their instruments, shift them around. There's Mr. Cantagallo, who is basically a celebrity in Vernon Hills, who teaches at Middle North, right? We've got Terry Plore, who teaches at Middle South. And all of these people, along with these students' parents, build a foundation that then they take and they run with. And it's only possible if you walk down in our music hallway at any time during the day, you will see every practice room full of kids. And these are the kids who are in the practice room. And the reason why we're able to go down and compete the way we do is not just because of Mr. Sundell, but because of their work. So thank you to your families. Thank you to you for all of your hard work. Congratulations. This is a huge accomplishment. And let's take a picture.
Students receive certificates and takes pictures with school board members for about the next 30 seconds. Dr. Tom Kulentes approaches the podium.
All right, from an extraordinary ensemble at Vernon Hills to a dynamic duo from Libertyville High School, I'm going to bring forward our it's a relatively new club at Libertyville High School, but already in their infancy, they have been taking the world by storm and getting all kinds of awards, including what we're going to celebrate here today, a state championship. We're going to bring forward the sponsor of DECA, Mr. Luca Ciccolini, to talk about two outstanding DECA students from Libertyville High School. Joining Mr. Ciccolini is our other DECA co-sponsor, the amazing Mr. Gerlach.
Like he said, it's a brand new club. This is the second year. And before I kind of acknowledge their accomplishments, they are on my e-board. And they actually grew the club to 92 members this year, which is the largest competitive club at LHS, which I think in itself is an accomplishment for them to do that in such short time. We had 92 obviously compete in area. We brought 40 to our state competition. And my students were able to place fourth in their event. While fourth place may not be first through third, it definitely is a hard accomplishment to get to that point. Over 2,000 kids were competing at the state level. And then they obviously advanced to internationals where they competed against 23,000 kids from 8 different countries in Anaheim, California this year. So I'd like to acknowledge Campbell Kuipers and Lily Franz. You want to say anything? Okay, you're good. Move over that. I see that.
Students receive certificates and takes pictures with school board members for about the next 30 seconds. Everyone returns to their seats. Dr. John Gilliam approaches the podium. Dr. John Gilliam.
Our last group to recognize, and we'll just have, I'm not sure how many made it over, but a few minutes ago we left the Vernon Hills Studio Theater where we recognized some diagonal movers. For those of you that don't know, diagonal movers are students who we define as moving up in the curriculum rigor. And so these students were, next year will be taking an honors or AP for the first time. And so they were there for some information. They saw a wonderful panel of students, Orlando, Ariana, and Evelyn. They heard from one of our most famous and wildly successful AP teachers, Mr. Paul Friedrich was there. And so if you are a student who is recognized as a diagonal mover, just please stand so we can applaud for you. I'm not sure if you made it. Anybody? Give them a hand anyway.
Lisa Hessel.
So at this time, our principals are going to help us acknowledge the outgoing student board reps who are finishing their last meeting of the school year, and we are going to acknowledge the incoming student board reps.
Sure. Dr. K and I have the privilege of working with 3 each wonderful students who last year at this time went through a rigorous interview process and were selected as 2023, 2024 board reps. So the 6 of them have performed wonderfully in their positions. They have obviously been here prepared, ready, and willing to share the goings-on of the school. Many of them great things happening. Also, though, willing to go there on issues that they've faced that aren't perfect. And I know as administrators we appreciate it, and I know you as school board members appreciated it as well. So we want to recognize these 6 before they get out of here tonight. So I'm just going to name my 3. You guys can stand up over there. Parab Arora. Give him a hand. Maya Raval. And Ruhi Subramanian.
And from Libertyville, we have Louis Perry. Molly Neary. And Rokaya El-Manshawi.
Students receive certificates and takes pictures with school board members for about the next 30 seconds.
We're also really fortunate because these students have been tremendous role models for the students that will succeed them and take over their positions next year. And it's really important to understand that these students, in addition to being involved in all of our academics and our fine arts and athletics, also attend all of our board meetings. And they meet frequently with Dr. Gilliam and I and other administrators in our building. They help us with interviews, and when we have issues happening like the construction projects, these students are frequently attending meetings to consult on those things. So they spend a tremendous amount of time representing student voice across our district, and we have 6 new students who are rising seniors who will take over, and they are here tonight. So from Libertyville, we have Prem Acharya, Victoria Martin, and Syra Abraham.
Dr. John Gilliam.
And from Vernon Hills, Iman Dayella. Daniela Gomez Inez. And last but not least, Griffin Nichols.
Students receive certificates and takes pictures with school board members for about the next 30 seconds.
Thank you, Dr. G and Dr. K. Syra, Prem, Victoria, Iman, Daniela, and Griffin, we look forward to working with you. Every year, we think that the bar has been set really high, and these outgoing student board reps are no exception. They have set the bar very high, but we have seen that Dr. G and Dr. K have a perfect track record when it comes to selecting the finest student board reps that could ever be. So we look forward to working with them in the future. At this time, we are going to move on to a public hearing for the 2025 driver education fee waiver. So at this time, at 7:21 p.m., I'm going to declare the hearing open. If there is anybody that has public comment regarding the 2025 driver education fee waiver, please step up to the podium at this time.
Pause for the public.
Going once? Okay. Seeing none, we are going to move on to the 2025 driver education fee waiver presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to our business office and Mr. Stanley.
Thank you. So in January, we discussed looking at the driver's ed fee, and state law restricts it to $250. And in order for that to increase at the $350 that we talked about, there has to be a waiver process. It's very common. Many school districts do this, but this is the process that's required. We believe that granting this request that we have to ask for the General Assembly down in Springfield, it will fulfill the intent of our driver education mandate and allow us to operate more fiscally responsible manner. So that's, we believe, the direction to go.
Lisa Hessel.
Okay. Do any of the board members have questions?
Cara Drumkey.
And can you remind us that by increasing it to 350, we're still within that 50th percentile of our comparable districts for the fee in total? We've been well under.
Yeah, most districts are at the 350 or more level. Yeah.
Pause for discussion and questions.
Okay. Any other board comments or questions? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to declare the hearing closed at 5:23 p.m. At this time, we are going to move on to communication for the general board meeting. And I'd like to extend an invitation for public comment and would like to remind everyone to please stay as close to the 3-minute limit as possible. I do have a list of people that have signed up. I'm going to call them in order that they signed up. Don't worry if you haven't signed up and you'd like to make comments towards the end, you will have a chance to get up and add your comments. So first, I believe, Perry, you do not want to address the board. Okay, then we're going to move on to Katie Zager.
There is a 3-minute timer on the screen. Katie Zager approaches the podium.
Hello, my name is Katie Zager, and I'm here as a concerned parent of a future Vernon Hills High School student. I have to say this is quite a wild forum where the public gets to scream into the void with zero response from you. It is also quite perplexing that so many of you seem quite relaxed, some look bored, and some are even jolly, despite the seriousness of the topics discussed and the criticisms that you're getting. So we stand here, pleading for reason and common sense to prevail. And you, in turn, continue to tune us out and stay the course. Come hell or high water, and bodies you have to walk over to get there, be damned. Never mind that the bodies you're trampling on are the teachers. Teachers who are the first line of defense and who are trying to protect the students from your ill-thought-through plans. Teachers who are exhausted and feel like they're banging their head against the wall all in vain. There's 7 of you on the board, all supposedly with different breadth of experience and expertise. And not a single one of you thinks that, wait a minute, maybe the community is onto something and we should really listen. Not one of you has the courage to stand up for what is right. No. You stare blankly and plow on. Do y'all really think implementing these initiatives, despite everything you heard at these podiums, is still in the best interest of the students? If so, I truly question your competency. Or are there so many skeletons buried in your closets that you're afraid to go against the grain because someone might find them out? And this is why you remain silent and unresponsive to the public ringing the alarm bells and asking you to stop pressing on and come to the forum for an open dialogue between you and the concerned community. From what I've gathered thus far, we can't retain top teachers, but we have millions of dollars to spend on skylights. 96 teachers were involved in the grading pilot, but only 12 teachers completed the survey out of the total 23 responders, and you think that is enough to make decisions on. So far, the data presented has been incomplete and unclear at best. Is your goal to confuse the community into submission? If you really want to get this right, and if you have your students' best interests in mind, I implore you, be daring. Jump off the bandwagon mentality with these initiatives. And first and foremost, spend the time and effort to rebuild the trust that you have lost with the teachers and the community, and only then revisit what needs to be implemented and how. It is not too late. Even the villains of Vernon Hills and Libertyville can realize the error of their ways and redeem themselves. Thank you.
Next is Ellery Schumacher.
Ellery Schumacher approaches the podium.
Good evening. My name is Ellery Schumacher, and I'm a junior at Libertyville High School. I'm a dedicated student to our Latin program as well. I'll be going into my 4th year of Latin. I'm a part of our executive board, and I've gone to Italy with the program. This year, we went through the struggle of having a combined class of 2 levels, Latin 3 honors and Latin 4 honors. Our class had 28 students total, 16 of them being Latin 3 and 12 being Latin 4. We were not given an option for this, so we tried our best to make it work this year, and it was not easy. There were unnecessary challenges for the instructor and students in this environment. The room was always packed, it was loud, there were too many people, and it was too difficult to learn in such a large group setting for everyone in the room.
Momentary pause.
It was a struggle as well, considering that these classes had a year of learning in between them, and our curriculum had to adapt so that both levels could learn new information. This was my largest class I have had at LHS, and ultimately my most difficult. Due to this difficulty that resulted from such a large class, several of my classmates dropped taking Latin in the future. There are a select few of us that want to further our education in the Latin program onward and have signed up for Latin 4. I've recently been informed that next year we will once again be combined with another class. This is not fair to any student in either of these classes, considering we are at completely different levels and learned a completely different curriculum in the year prior. I am devastated not only that the board has considered this and still chosen to combine the classes, but that there are kids like me that want to learn, that enjoy the Latin program, that want to advance their skills in this class, and this just will not be possible with a combined class of such a different in skill. I ask that you reconsider this disadvantageous decision and consider the students who are being inhibited by this choice. Libertyville High School is known for its ambitious students that want to learn. So I ask, why are these students not being given the proper environment to learn in? Is this a fiscal problem? Our language department is facing another issue of not offering French 1. For a district that prides itself in educational opportunities, I am disappointed in the obvious lack thereof. These students will not be given a fair opportunity to learn. Thank you.
Next is Liz Hudson.
Elizabeth Hudson approaches the podium.
Since March this year, I've been aggressively working to get educated on the D128 initiatives. I spent many hours speaking to various stakeholders. Some of you on the board, several concerned community members, students, many parents, teachers, both D128 and the 8th grade teachers that feed into D128, other district leaders, and an expert in high school education design that happens to work in the DEI space. What I found is everyone is for every student's access to excellent education. Not one person said diagonal movement is a bad idea. Yet, amidst this high level alignment, why is there such widespread disagreement with these initiatives? The concerns that parents, teachers, and students are voicing is the lack of a realistic and sustainable plan, along with the lack of a clear, specific information to families on what is happening and how life will change next year if placements are blindly followed. Let me convey this concern using a skydiving analogy. Some have been training to skydive for years. They met requirements of age, weight, etc. They trained and they did their first tandem skydive. From there, they found themselves ready to solo dive and are moving on to other technical maneuvers. Many more may want to skydive, and that's fantastic. Let's make that happen. But not without the same requirements and support being in place. Without it, it's at best a dangerous jump down. At worst, it's ill-fated as we shove them out of the plane without a parachute at all. And by the way, given the deep care from our teachers towards the students, the teacher is often jumping out of the plane after that student while the rest of the kids are left on the plane to figure out things on their own versus learning the rightful next level of rigor. We think we're helping by lowering requirements to create more access, but we're not. We're crippling our students. Lowering the bar will set them up to fail in that demanding setting and leave them feeling inadequate. Further, the students that are ready for the rigor are being shortchanged, as we just heard. Holistic success can only happen when there's a common starting point of foundational mastery, understanding of the work required, and a gritty mentality of tenacity. So I'm going to suggest two very practical solutions. Number one, slow down. Come up with a robust, sustainable support plan with rollout metrics. We're not ready. A realistic plan is not there yet. But we have a huge group of involved, concerned, and willing community members. These business leaders, financial wizards, legal minds, and marketers do this kind of work professionally and have great expertise. And that brings me to number two, get help. Ask the community for help and then act on their good proposals related to support systems getting the word out. Doing this in isolation is not only hard, but it's a one-sided approach. Simply said, slow down and get help. Thank you.
Next is Amy Kamai.
Amy Kamai approaches the podium.
Hi, I'm Amy Kamai. I'm a resident of Vernon Hills. My third child graduates this week from Vernon Hills High School, and my fourth is finishing her freshman year. My family and I continue to be disappointed in the lack of accountability the district has demonstrated with regard to the simultaneous initiatives being implemented. District administration and board members are stewards for the district. We entrust you to make appropriate decisions and provide leadership to take the district in a direction that's not only appropriate for students and staff, but will also enable Vernon Hills and Libertyville to remain top-tier schools in Illinois. As stewards of the district, you are failing. You are failing to acknowledge the significant stakeholder feedback you've received. You are failing to adjust your plans to address that significant feedback. You are failing to engage in bi-directional dialogue, ensuring you get back on track and stay on track. In failing your stakeholders, you're negligent in continuing to proceed on a path that cannot and will not result in success. In other professional environments, you'd be on a performance improvement plan. And if you continued to ignore stakeholder feedback, you'd be headed toward termination. Let's acknowledge there's time to change course. The community implores you, the administration and the board, to take the following action. Number one, immediately pause. Acknowledge the need to pause the current initiatives to reassess their viability and the intended impact. Number two, course correct. Engage in ongoing and transparent dialogue with stakeholders to identify and implement necessary adjustments for success. This must include a comprehensive change management effort with ongoing communications and checkpoints for alignment. And number three, commit to success. Define clear metrics and strategies to ensure that these endeavors align with the community's expectations and the Daring mission. It is imperative to address these concerns collaboratively with your stakeholders. Lean in, lead, hold each other accountable, and do what's necessary to ensure the success of D128 in 2024 and beyond. Thank you.
Amy Franz.
Amy Franz approaches the podium.
Good evening. My name is Amy Franz. I'm a parent, an English and social studies teacher, a special educator, and a former board member. I'm here to address what I feel is probably the biggest misunderstanding that we have going on currently. The district administration and board want to focus on the why. Why so many converging issues? Why we are doing this? But the teachers, the parents, and the students, we are questioning the how. How are we going to implement this in a systemic way? And by what criteria will we measure the success, failure, or need to change as we move along? How is this going to be measured? The district leadership and this board are operating under the false assumption that everything is fine right now. We're being told to stop questioning things and let you move forward because we have this ranking or this success measure. We're fine. However, you need to listen to the teachers, the students, and the parents explain how this is happening. How we are maintaining our strong standing as a district despite many academic and social emotional gaps post-pandemic. The teachers, the parents, and the students of this district simply refuse to fail despite a lack of operational processes and system-wide supports in place to track, measure, and respond to challenges. And the teachers have been coming here for 15 months telling you this is the case, and they have reached a breaking point. Trust me, they don't want to be here. We are still using pandemic grading and assessment practices because we are still recovering. Our current system today, not next year, today is a house of cards that is at best not been built upon a solid foundation of MTSS and operational long-term planning. This is placing a tremendous amount of burden on our staff and our students. Please listen to them. The devil is always in the details, and a shift of this size in education takes years of operational planning, not weeks and months. I've been through this. It includes careful training and time for our staff to be out of the classroom and working together to adjust their practices. Please stop. We need to adjust the plan for next year specifically. Let's focus on getting into compliance with 7030, a 2015 act, and the APA Act in 2023 in the least disruptive way. These two things alone would allow us to challenge all students in this district without singling any of them out and allow all of them to reach their highest and best possible achievement. This would give everybody the same access if we focused on these two things. Thank you for your consideration.
Jack Birmingham.
Jack Birmingham approaches the podium.
Good evening. My name is Jack Birmingham. I'm a graduating senior at Libertyville High School. I've been in district for all 4 years of my high school education, and I have been living in Libertyville with my family since 5th grade when we moved here from Grayslake. One of the big selling points of Libertyville was how good its education system is.
Momentary pause.
It's amazing. There aren't a lot of words to describe it. We're consistently ranked, D128, I mean, not even just Libertyville, is consistently ranked, as we saw recently, top 10 in the state or better. We have award-winning athletic teams. We have award-winning clubs and extracurriculars. We consistently test higher and do better and perform better than many other schools. And at the last meeting where I spoke, I said, the way I see it, things never needed to change. So why are we changing? Now, I think back to the board meetings that I've been to. There have been a few. This is not my first. I'm hopeful that it will not be my last despite my graduation. I still remember my first board meeting, which was my sophomore year, and the big issue then was the mask mandate. Looking back, I know that the meeting was very tumultuous. There was a lot of chaos. There were a lot of dissenting points of view. But looking back, I can say with confidence, we still stood together as a district. Administration, teachers, parents, students. We moved forward. D128 was doing what it did best, being the example for other schools to follow. The truth is, high school is hard. It's hard. It's hardest on the students. The world has changed so much since my parents, my grandparents, some of my relatives were all at the point where I am now. And you know what? Even then, I still know, and I knew from the beginning that I had what it took to make it through, but that was not because of me. That was because of the resources that were presented. And I wouldn't have made it this far. I wouldn't have made it through high school. I wouldn't have graduated. I wouldn't be walking across the stage on Thursday if it weren't for my teachers, my social worker, administration within the Libertyville High School building, friends, my principal. There are so many people who have helped me get to where I am. So I'm the last person who should really care about these plans because I'm a graduating senior. I walked the stage in 3 days, and I will no longer be affected as of May 23rd, 2024, like 9:00 p.m., give or take a little bit, right? But people are going to be affected. And just because it's not happening to me doesn't mean that it should be happening. People are going to be negatively impacted by these changes. That's just a simple fact. And it's not a fact you'll find on one of the sheets that were passed out with a list of grievances about what has been done wrong, but it is still a fact nonetheless. People are going to be negatively impacted by these changes. We must ask ourselves, why are we not doing what we do best and being the example? D128 could serve as the model for other schools facing these same tumultuous times. It's not too late. We can still be the example, and I'll leave that up to you guys.
John Hetzel.
John Hetzel approaches the podium.
Good evening. John Hetzel. I have 2 daughters, one an incoming freshman, one a junior this upcoming year. Greatly concerned about what's happening here. But before I get started, I want to say thank you to the Student Council. You guys have withstood a very adverse year with what's been going on in this district. Thank you for your resiliency. Teachers, thank you for your resiliency because it has been a very adverse year. The teachers here in our school district have been the glue that holds the school together and the education under Superintendent Herman's chaotic, divisive, deceptive, disorganized, defiant, disingenuous, and distrustful tenure the last 3 years. It's become quite evident Ms. Herman and Mrs. Hetzel and other school board members have lost the trust of the teachers, students, parents, and the community. This school board has been complacent regarding all the current matters in D128, and have not held Superintendent Herman accountable for all the chaos she is creating here in our school district and community. Complacency equals complicity. Superintendent Herman and many of the administrators are operating in a silo with evidence of bullying and a toxic culture from within the district administration and the school walls, as we have learned from FOIA requests and evidence by the extremely poor staff teacher surveys, teacher union confidence, teacher union grievances. The trust has been lost. The school board members have remained steadfast in their support for Superintendent Herman, and specifically Lisa Hessel, Don Carmichael, and Jim Batson, covering up all the bad mistakes being made the last 3 years. Superintendent Herman and BOE President Hessel have been gaslighting this community in public statements made, district communications to everyone, and then it's all completely contradicted by the teachers, parents, and community. It's now become evident there was no structured, organized, effective plan developed for MTSS for the teachers and students to support the new education initiatives proposed. The plans you see today weren't even in draft form 2 months ago. Superintendent Herman has been negligent in making our district academically compliant on 70-30 and the APA communication and implementation. What was the Superintendent Herman doing the last 3 years? Now we have a third new grading platform in 3 years, equidistant grading, and it was not even a grading platform 4 years ago and is not broadly used in the US. It literally lowers the bar on student grading. We have yet to get Superintendent Herman and administration to clearly explain the new equidistant grading platform. If they can't explain it, how are the teachers, students, and parents going to understand it? This community and teachers don't trust you, Superintendent Herman and Lisa Hessel, Don Carmichael, Kara Benjamin, and Jim Batson. Your egos, arrogance, and lack of accountability are remarkable, putting them over the students, teachers, and community concerns, well-being, and input. We must have accountability and restore trust in our teachers, students, parents, and the community. Superintendent Herman must go, and many of these school board members in the next election cycle. Otherwise, our students' best interests and teachers will be compromised for years.
Nate Reckers.
Nate Reckers approaches podium.
Good evening. My name is Nate Reckers, and I'm a senior at Vernon Hills. With graduation sitting just a few days away, I wanted to start off by taking a moment to thank the amazing teachers and staff we have in our building. Our staff is tremendous at their respective jobs, and they're even better people. We love you all. Your support inside and out of the classroom is truly appreciated and makes a huge impact on our lives. My peers and teachers here would tell you just how much this community has meant to me and how much I have cherished being a Cougar. So much, in fact, that I've decided to pursue a degree in secondary education, hoping to continue the legacy of the amazing teachers who have touched my life. With this being said, many of my peers have been concerned for some time, only growing more concerned with each day that passes. I've attended many board meetings throughout the year and have now spoken 3 times this year as well. Previously, many of my peers and I spoke about our opposition to the changes to the calendar. Later in the year, I once again spoke, this time about how students felt unheard. I am far from the only student who has shared their voice, and many of us feel our voices are being completely ignored. Beyond that, our teachers feel ignored, and it is apparent to us each and every day. While our teachers are fighting for us, they're growing increasingly frustrated and are stressed. Teachers feel unheard, unseen, and unappreciated as powerful initiatives continue to be forced upon them without feeling they have the support to make them successful. They have gone to express these concerns at many board meetings prior to tonight. Our teachers do everything in their power to foster a community and stand by our mission statement, while it feels leadership above them continuously ignores the same statement. Documents regarding discrimination lawsuits against our district have become public information this week, and many students have grown concerned. It is hard to admit you're a Cougar when the D in daring is starting to feel like it stands for discrimination. The once lively and prideful student body now feels like we're moving in the wrong direction. A student-created petition calling for reconsideration of our leadership has reached 71 signatures since being created just 2 short days ago. We are pleading with the community and the board to now reconsider who is leading the district and ensure that our beloved schools do not take a turn for the worse. I would like to end with a quote from Maya Angelou that reads, "A leader sees greatness in other people. He nor she can be much of a leader if all she sees is herself." It's time to see our students and our teachers. Thank you.
Shruti Rosario.
Shruti Rosario approaches the podium.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shruti Rosario, and I am a senior here at BHHS. Throughout my time here, teachers, faculty, staff, and my classmates have thrived in a school that is built on community. The community here starts with the foundation of our mission statement. Our daring statement reads as follows: D for dreamers and doers, A for aware, R for resilient, I for inquisitive, N for nimble, and G for global. The work to uphold this statement is significant and requires great leaders and great people with a working vision to create consistent positive change in our community. At this time, students feel that the district administration has not lived up to this same mission statement. While the D in daring is supposed to stand for dreamers and doers, we feel that the board has disregarded our dreams and refused to listen to student voices when attempting to act as doers within the community. For example, despite extreme pressures from parents, teachers, and students, the board decided to go through with the highly opposed new student calendar. Next is aware. While the community has been extremely vocal given our concerns with school boards' work this year, once again regarding the calendar and now new initiatives, we feel that the board must be unaware of the way it has affected our community. If they were aware, we feel different actions would have been taken. The R stands for resilience, and the school community has been extremely resilient throughout this year. Dealing with challenges is nothing new for anyone, and our school community has done a great job at being continuously strong. When giving the school board a chance to be resilient, we feel they have continued to blindly push initiatives and not listen to parents, students, and most importantly, teachers about necessary steps to make these successful. The I stands for inquisitive, and while the student body understands the complicated aspects that running a school requires, we feel that the school board has lacked creative thinking and has rushed decisions made this year without community support from teachers, students, and families. Even currently, we are pleading with you for change. The next letter we have concerns with is the G, global. We feel that the board disregarded this piece of the statement, going through with the operational calendar and not appreciating the diversity within the special community we have. The student body is pleading with you to reconsider the leadership in the district to better represent the daring mission. Maya Angelou once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." Thank you.
Next is Adarsh Jail.
Adarsh Jail approaches the podium.
Good evening, esteemed board members. My name is Hadarsh. I'm a senior here at Vernon Hills High School. I stand before you today as a representative of the student body to address a going concern that affects both our students and us, the teachers and our students. It is an issue of frustration that starts with our teachers and inevitably spills over to us, creating a cycle that undermines the very foundation of our educational experience. As daring students, we hold our teachers in high regard. We see their dedication, their passion, and their tireless efforts to educate and inspire us. Our loyalty to them is unwavering. We want them to succeed not only for ourselves, but to honor the commitment they show us every day. However, we cannot ignore the reality that many of our teachers are feeling increasingly frustrated and demoralized due to the decisions that have been made over the last couple years. Their frustration is palpable, and as empathetic beings, we students absorb it. When our teachers are disheartened, it affects their ability to teach effectively, which in turn affects our ability to learn. Imagine walking into the classroom where the teacher, overwhelmed by external pressures and frustration, struggles to maintain enthusiasm. It becomes a place of tension rather than a sanctuary of learning. We feel it, and it impacts our own morale. We begin to question our own efforts and potential when we see the support we rely on become compromised. We are here to ask for your support in addressing these concerns. We plead with the community and board to listen to the teachers. Our loyalty to our teachers is a testament to the respect and admiration we have for them. But loyalty enough is not alone. We need action. It is a part of the mission in daring, to be dreamers and doers and participating with the belief to create change. Let us work together to build a better future for our schools where teachers feel valued and supported, where decisions are made with respect to the people who get impacted and students can flourish in a positive and encouraging atmosphere. I leave you with a quote from Maya Angelou. Develop enough courage so that you stand up for yourself and then stand up for someone else. Thank you.
Haley Diaz.
Haley Diaz approaches the podium.
Good evening to the board, teachers, families, and fellow students here in attendance tonight. My name is Haley Diaz, a senior of VHHS and a representative of the student body, and in support of our community. The reality of our situation is dire. The student voices of D128 feel disrespected and ignored. Us students come to school every single day with a passion for learning and building connections, but most of all, a passion to make a difference. The district has created a unified and undeniable outrage among students that has led me and my graduating peers to speak with you tonight. Our teachers have shown us nothing but love, nurture, care, and motivational words of kindness that push us to succeed. The pride of being a Cougar is immense, and we could not do this alone. Our teachers and staff are an integral part of our success, and they exhibit dedication to their jobs each and every single day. On behalf of my peers who spoke before me, Nate, Shruti, and Adarsh, we would like to emphasize the passion we have for this district. The four of us all graduate this Thursday on May 23rd, during a week that is meant to be celebrating not just our success, but the successes of our entire senior class. We are still here, fighting for the future Cougars of Vernon Hills and the Wildcats of Libertyville. We plead with the district to hear the community's cries and act accordingly. The future of the district relies on making important decisions, and we hope our legacy is creating that positive change. Please listen to us, but more importantly, hear the voices presented before you tonight. In conclusion, I would like to leave you with one final quote from Maya Angelou. You have no idea what your legacy will be, because your legacy is every life that you touch. Thank you.
Robin Sherman.
Robin Sherman approaches the podium.
Good evening. I am Robin Sherman, and I have students in the LHS school here. And before I speak, I'd like to address the panel, because as I was sitting there observing everyone, a great number of you are showing very little interest in what people are saying out here. Many have an expression on their face that they are annoyed, or they are looking at their computers, or finding something better to do. And maybe that is why we're in the position we're in today, is because you refuse to listen to everyone here begging and pleading to hear us. But today I'm going to focus on what a previous speaker has commented on already. And I'm going to address the lack of interest, or I would like to address my concern over Ms. Hessel's conduct and performance as a board member and officer. Ms. Hessel, you were part of the board that hired Dr. Herman without vetting her background, obviously. You were also part of the board that prematurely extended her contract by 5 years. You have a clear allegiance to Dr. Herman and a deep contempt for the community. You firmly defend her and belittle the constituents that elected you. You approved millions in wasteful spending and very questionable hiring. You approved teacher cuts while simultaneously moving forward with a curriculum overhaul that requires more staff, not less. Your words and actions have been disrespectful and dismissive of the parents, students, community members, and most importantly, the teachers. I am left wondering why we are in this position. You were elected to represent us, but it seems like you are only representing Ms. Herman, and I question what the reason for that is. If we are getting all this misinformation, what exactly are you doing to clarify this information with us? Because I have had no one reach out to me to clarify any misinformation that has been going on. This goes for other board members as well. I have read texts that were sent by board members pretty much bullying members for questioning the board. This is unacceptable behavior. It is time to do the job you were elected for and represent your teachers, your students, and the community. Thank you.
Maria Monahan.
Maria Monahan approaches the podium.
Good evening. My name is Maria Monahan. I have 2 children at LHS. The first thing I want to do is address the teachers. And I am going to be a little bit presumptuous and assume I'm speaking for everyone here. Audience members, if you agree with me, then feel free to clap and eat up some of my time because I'm a fast talker. I'll get through all of my points. Teachers, you are phenomenal. We love you. We support you 100%.
Pause for applause.
The teachers know our kids. They know what works in the classroom. They are the experts that we trust. And from my experience, teachers have that growth mindset. That's such a big catchphrase in the field right now. They really are continually looking for ways to improve their craft. And they're very open-minded. So if they come across something and say, wait a minute, we have some concerns. We don't think this is going to work. It's not because they're rigid or inflexible. It's because they have real concerns, and you need to listen to them. Maybe it's a poor analogy, but I'll run with it. I feel like you have essentially purchased the educational equivalent of like a ShamWow, or a Ginsu knife set. And you were told like, oh, this is going to take care of all these problems. But when the teachers got it, they said, wait a minute, this knife is dull. This one is a stick. You can't do anything with it. I have helpers in the kitchen, but they're not really qualified to handle this. And if the kids use them, they might get stabbed or hurt. So I really think you need to listen to them. If they are telling you that it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I would just ask you, please, if this fails, which seems to be that that's what the teachers think is going to happen when this doesn't work, don't blame the teachers. Don't say that it's because they didn't implement it properly or that they didn't buy into it, because that is a coward's way out. So do the right thing, listen to them, and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Erin Khan.
Erin Khan approaches the podium.
Good evening. My name is Erin Kahn. I'm a lifelong Libertyville resident and a mother of 2 students. My oldest son is currently at LHS, and my younger son will be there in another year. Tonight, I want to tell you that your decisions matter more than you think, and I want to emphasize how they impact our home values. I have been a full-time realtor for 19 years in Libertyville and the greater Lake County area. I have worked through the housing boom, the housing crash, and every market in between. For most people, their single largest asset is their home. That means when you purchased your home, it was the single largest purchase of your lifetime. The value of your home is likely very important to you. And here are the real facts. Illinois has lost population for 10 consecutive years. In 2023, Illinois had the 3rd largest population loss in the country. Number 2, Illinois is the 2nd highest property taxes in the nation, and lucky us, Lake County has the highest within the state. Number 3, Illinois property values are not keeping pace with the nation or inflation and came in dead last for home value appreciation in 2023. Homes have appreciated only about 13% over the last 2 decades, whereas states like Florida, Texas, Montana, and Idaho have increased 139%. And scary to believe, we rank lower than Michigan, where they suffered the bankruptcy of Detroit. What has always driven our local market, though, is the excellent schools. But it doesn't seem to be enough for people anymore. They are willing to uproot their children from these schools for greener pastures, and I am the boots on the ground realtor who is experiencing this firsthand. In my own business, I have had more sellers leave Illinois over the last 4 years alone than in my entire 19-year career. And 5 months into the year, I have had all sellers leave the state of Illinois this year. Board members, your voice is supposed to be the voice of your community. The taxpayers are already suffering enough, and your legacy on this board will follow you for years to come. You have the power to keep our community strong, and we rely very heavily on the success of our schools when it comes to our home values. We care deeply about our community, our children's futures, our own futures, and the futures of our educators who made this district what it is. I look back to 2008 when I had to tell sellers that their homes were not even worth what they owed on their mortgage. I don't ever want to see that happen again to any of us. Please listen to the community. We want our school scores to remain high. We want positive energy back in our schools. We want teachers to be heard and valued. We want fiscal responsibility with our tax dollars. We want a competent and honest superintendent. Fix these things. Listen to the community, and help keep Libertyville and Vernon Hills a valuable place to own a home. Thank you.
Gwen Jansen.
Gwen Jansen approaches the podium.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to raise my voice in support of our amazing District 128 teachers, but also to share some concerns and questions that I have about the path forward. Like many other people, I have serious concerns about the support draft plan being called MTSS. I'm especially concerned for the students new to rigor and expectations of high school honors and AP. Cherry-picked data paints the picture that only an additional 17 students will be taking their first AP or honors courses this fall, beyond what is typical pre-APA. But why is freshman data left off all presentations? How many more freshmen are taking AP or honors courses than past years? I and others have emailed the district to request freshman enrollment data and tentative freshman sectioning for 2024-2025. We wanted to see just how significant the impact is with that group. We were told the information would be shared by FOIA request only. This is not transparent. This is not open communication. What this is concerning and frustrating and interesting. I also find it interesting that incoming 9th grade families were told that their children were recommended for honors or AP, but we were given no context to understand how drastically the benchmarks had shifted. Without benchmark context, how were we expected to make informed decisions about where our children would be successful? The APA stipulates that students should be enrolled in the next most rigorous course. But how is it acceptable that students at VHHS are recommended for AP courses because half a dozen missing core content honors courses are not here that are available at Libertyville? And at what point can we admit that accelerating students into more rigorous coursework without a well-defined plan for support is negligent? And doing this without providing clear context for placement is entrapment. We are failing our students, our families, and we are failing our amazing educators. We need to do better. Please do better.
Daniela Gavrik.
Daniela Gavrik approaches the podium.
Good evening, board members, parents, students, teachers. I want to say my name is Daniela Gavrik. I'm a lifelong resident of Libertyville. I only not lived in Libertyville 4 years when I attended college. I have 3 kids that are going through or have gone through D128. I am a senior director of IT, so I am someone who has led major initiatives, especially around training and upskilling. And so I have a little bit experience to understand comprehensive plans. I said all of this in context because I recently became aware of multiple impending major changes at D128 and have been paying really close attention to the information that has been presented and put forth by the district administration. I'm really shocked to hear and learn that the district administration is launching not 1, 2, 3, but 4 totally new, unsupported educational initiatives in the fall, and with absolutely no plan and minimal existing support. And over the past few weeks, I've attended these meetings and I've done research, and I'm trying to understand how you cobbled together some sort of makeshift multi-tiered system of support. So this MTSS is really supposed to have students' intervention in mind and be time-bound. And there should be SMART interventions, which means they should be specific, measurable, and consistent. That's what SMART goals are. I create them every year for hundreds of resources, so I understand when you create goals, you have comprehensive plans that support it. This requires synthesized data systems, such as a foundation with all staff. So what those that I work with, that would be trainers, educators, administration, that really has access with all of the standardized metrics, and they drive through student mastery across a continuum. And in a previous webinar, district leadership touted varsity tutors as one of the solutions for our students struggling in their classes. So I did some research, and we were told that varsity tutors are experts, and they include retired teachers, college professors, and even current teachers. This is not an accurate description. Varsity tutors pay their tutors only $15 an hour. There are no college or course requirements to be a tutor in this content area. And there is currently a class action, guess what, lawsuit by employees against varsity tutors. And the employee tutors can more accurately describe their tutoring experience. So I'm going to quote them. One stated, "You have no support system, not even a supervisor or manager to assist a person to talk to live, or any type of coaching. You're constantly flying by the seat of your pants with minimal communication or guidance. And another varsity tutor described tutoring as there's virtually no support for remote tutors. There isn't anyone ever available from the help desk. I work in IT, that's a problem. And no one ever answers emails. And there is minimal training and no one responds to requests for clarification or help. And if tutoring themselves, these tutors, feel like they're ill-prepared to help our students, how will our own students feel? And I have 3 kids. One graduated D128, the other one's a junior at D128, and I have another one coming in a couple of years. They all have different learning styles and experience. So
You're
I'm
at
really
3 minutes.
fearful.
If you wouldn't mind, please wrap it up.
It's a real, what we need to talk about is this is not a real plan, and it's not going to help our students. We would be better served taking the $100,000 and hiring a full-time teacher for the ARC or MASH. My students have used this. I just want to wrap up and say, Superintendent Herman's plan is asking students to stretch way beyond what, and without an effective, comprehensive plan in place to ensure success. It's really unacceptable by a board that you approved these sweeping, dramatic changes, you enacted it without having operational procedures in place to be successful. And as a result, it's going to be a total mess in the fall of 2024 when I have a senior going through and their younger sister is going to try to emulate and look up to and try to emulate what's happening. So there's 4 unsupported initiatives. We shouldn't be in the position as a community to pay millions of taxpayer dollars for this. This board must hold themselves and Superintendent Herman accountable. Thanks.
Marnie Navarro.
Marnie Navarro approaches the podium.
Good evening. I am Marnie Navarro, lifelong Libertyville resident, proud District 70 and District 128 graduate, and mother of a current District 70 student. I speak to you tonight, as always, as a deeply concerned individual, incoming D128 parent and taxpayer. It was a short 3 months ago that I first heard that District 128's historically high-performing curriculum was being dramatically altered. The first thing I did was email Superintendent Herman and ask for a sit-down meeting to understand what was happening and, more importantly, why. I and 3 other deeply concerned parents, current and incoming parents, all savvy professionals, sat down and met with Superintendent Herman and left the meeting feeling more concerned, not less. We've since spent countless hours and copious amounts of time researching and issuing floods of FOIAs to get to the truth about what is happening and continues to happen at District 128 under the short and tumultuous 3-year tenure of Superintendent Herman, and it is much more and much worse than we could have imagined. We've prepared substantive summaries which are available to the public online at District 128 United or DARE Facebook pages, and we also have hard copies here tonight. I've also taken the liberty of emailing them to the board members. Every District 128 taxpayer, current and incoming parent, and community member should be aware of what is happening in District 128 and to our hard-earned tax dollars. At this trajectory, there won't be a District 128 worth attending by the time my daughter makes it to LHS. Tonight, the District 128 Union, actually this morning, made an unprecedented move and overwhelmingly voiced over 90% vote of no confidence in Superintendent Herman and called for her immediate termination. And well done. We parents, students, community members, and taxpayers echo that call. And you, our duly elected representatives, our 7 representatives, are the only ones who can do anything about it. We've watched in despair as our many emails and inquiries go unanswered, as our mics are cut, and as we are disregarded, gaslit, and treated with contempt by Board President Lisa Hessel and this administration. How far our district has fallen. How disappointed I am to see and hear how this administration bullies our students into silence, for Board President Hessel to bully other board members into submission in the face of this loud, unanimous outcry, bipartisan outcry of all your stakeholder groups. This is our hometown. Many of us moved back to raise our children here, predicated primarily on the historical strength of our schools. Board members, it didn't have to come to this. The teachers have been crying out to you for over 14 months and have been completely disregarded. Once we parents got wind, we've been crying out for 3 months, only to be met with the same gaslighting, smoke and mirrors, and circle talk. The relationship between District 128 teachers and Superintendent Herman is irreconcilably broken. Even if one agreed with any one or more of her imminently impending initiatives, they would have zero chance of success. Zero without the teachers. That's a zero. You have allowed Superintendent Herman to drive our district to the precipice and rubber stamped the hemorrhaging of millions of our hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Make no mistake, Superintendent Herman and her leadership represent an attack on everything this community believes and holds true. Hard work, a solid and rigorous education for our children, their readiness for college and career, meritocracy, free speech, and representation by our board. And the last thing I will say is tonight we heard from numerous students who embody what it truly means to be daring. Sharp contrast to Superintendent Herman, who reduces its meaning to her $17,000 custom furniture in the daring colors. Shameful, the audacity. This is our hometown, not yours, Mrs. Herman. We will not let you and Ms. Hessel destroy it. Thank you.
Risa McDonald.
Risa McDonald approaches the podium.
For 25 years, I have worked as a higher education strategy consultant, helping colleges and universities across the country to evaluate, develop, and/or execute strategic plans and large-scale programmatic change. I'd like to outline just a few of the hallmarks that all of my successful clients had in common. One, they began by defining desired outcomes and working backward to figure out the proper initiatives that were going to get them there and what metrics they were going to use to measure them. I ask, what are the desired outcomes here? Because anytime I hear anyone ask that question or about metrics, goals, or anything else, all I hear from our superintendent is increased access to rigor. Increased access to rigor, 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 rigor. Rigor is not an outcome. It might be a goal. It's really more of a value, and it looks different for everyone. So simply touting access to rigor without talking about what it looks like for different kinds of learners, and not just in terms of their level, but in terms of whether they are kinetic, visual, auditory learners, means nothing. Two, their plans were thoroughly vetted, locked and loaded, and stress test, faculty and staff fully trained in implementation before rollout. And yet on May 13th, our superintendent sat here and said the plan is still in such draft form, she wasn't comfortable sharing details because they were going to change so much. Then she sent an email with a plan that included basically things that already exist and are almost entirely student initiated. Ask a teacher in class, really? That's just school. Peer assistance and study groups? They already exist too, but unless there is interventional support to ensure that everyone is in one and it is a part of the curriculum, then they mean nothing. And they don't help if you are shy, unpopular, the kids in your group don't get it any better than you do, or you're in a group with that one kid who comes and says, yeah, let's see your answers first. MASH, ARC, those already exist, but how are you resourcing them? Because there's going to be a significantly higher need. This is not one size fits all, and you can't leave it up to the students to seek help. There's nothing new here, and there's nothing interventional here. Three, my successful clients all recognized that faculty are the experts, and they are the engine that will make or break your plan. Period, full stop. So this is not a top-down by fiat kind of thing that's going to give you success. And we have a superintendent who has no confidence from the union, who keeps doubling down on the same empty rhetoric instead of listening, responding, giving a thoughtful response, even if she has to hold to some unpopular decisions. There's no acknowledgement of the concern. I don't understand this, but it is not leadership and it is not success. Faculty, for all my successful clients, had a place at the table from day one. had equal voice in the decision-making, and then were trusted to go back out to their peers and figure out how to make it work. That is how you succeed with strategic planning and wide-scale programmatic change. I will leave it to you all to decide whether or not you're meeting these hallmarks. But if you're not, then this plan is doomed to failure. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board?
Someone in the back raises their hand in response. Socrates Vela approaches the podium.
Socrates Vela, Vernon Hills. Thank you for the opportunity. I have to say, you always make sure that everybody is heard. I normally don't sign up, but I'm just sitting here listening to all this. A lot of us have lived in the community for 20 years. Most of you have as well. And as the student said, there really is no need to change. I had a concerned parent come to me a couple of days ago in tears, thinking that we're trying to push to end diagonal movers, advanced placement. And I had to let her know that that's not what's happening. And I think in all this noise, the message is getting lost. But it's basically, we're asking you to pause and to make sure that this gets done right. Because at the end of the day, the kids are the ones that are gonna feel the pain. I know some of these board members joined for different reasons. Board members, this past 12 months, just look back at how much time you've spent, energy, your time on these topics that I know you didn't join the board for. Mr. Carmichael, I know you have this big thing for solar panels. I don't think you're gonna get them. You've been on the board almost 2 years, 5 years. Benjamin Carr, you joined because you're very pro-teachers union. You know, look at how you spent your time the past 2 years.
Talking to lots of teachers
Good.
and community members at that. Hours and hours.
You have a lot of teachers here that are hoping that you can go to bat for them. And this is nothing new. I've seen them for the past 15 months come. And it's really hard to tell what's going through your minds. As some of the parents here have said, you don't care. Mr. Kelly is probably the worst. Sorry, but that's how it is. Every board meeting, you're just looking at your laptop, not listening to what people are saying.
I'm sitting beside Mr. Kelly, and he's taking very careful notes on what every single constituent is saying this evening. For you to indicate that he doesn't care, I can't even put into words. Every person up here cares.
I get it, but that's the image you're portraying. I'm not accusing anything. For the principals, I know a couple times, and I apologize that you've been thrown in the fire. I have a lot of respect for Dr. G, and it seems like they're the ones that are sent off to deliver the message. And I know in the past few meetings, you have almost, it sounds like you throw the parents on the bus for the diagonal movers. A lot of times, if you don't connect, the message that you're putting out is not connecting with people. You're basically not really connecting with the parents. But I just want to say, just hopefully you can get this right, because we're all over the news now, and it's somewhat embarrassing. Thank you, Mrs. Carr, for addressing some of that.
It is not board protocol to engage in public comment, and I am sorry if I stepped out by doing that this evening, but I'm not going to let you stand here and speak mistruths to the community. We deeply care about our community, our teachers. We are listening, and there is a difference between listening and doing exactly what people are asking you to do. And every single day of our responsibilities, we balance that with the duties we have been elected to uphold, and the school code we are elected to uphold by the state of Illinois. Until you sit in these shoes, you couldn't possibly understand what goes through our minds, what goes on in our families' homes related to all of this. I don't need any thanks, validation, anything. I'm thrilled to do this for the community. But I don't know why we're laughing. I am. I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you.
It's hard, but I will say something. You speak to our support or lack thereof for teachers, and I just want to point out one quick thing before I turn this over. Several years ago, a lot of people in this room were calling for our teachers to be fired because they were refusing to come into school with proper protections during a global pandemic. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. I'm done. I am done. We are not going to let this devolve. But let's call a spade a spade. I think we should move on. We are going to move on to invite.
Can I get
Are you
to
finished?
respond real quick?
Yes.
So I understand how you feel. We've heard your words from everyone, but the actions are not following through. So I'm sorry that there's that disconnect. But thank you for addressing that. Thank you for your time.
Julie Landgraf approaches the podium.
I am Julie Landgraf. I'm a Vernon Hills resident. First and foremost, I just want to say that I stand here in solidarity with our teachers. My parents were teachers. I think that I've spoken at a lot of the board meetings now, and it has been to support them. They're the backbone of our school and the front line to our students. As a new D128 parent, I stand here in awe that the past several months where the community has been engaged and concerned about the initiatives and where teachers have been concerned for way longer than that, we still haven't made a decision to pause what's going forward. You've lost the teachers' confidence, so how we can expect them to come to a training in the summer when they deserve a break to figure out what the plan may or may not be is ridiculous. I just hope that tonight, moving forward, we can regain the trust of our teachers so we don't lose what's most valuable to our district, which is their expertise and knowledge. With teacher shortages, our teachers can easily find work elsewhere, and I'm just asking to please act to save the teachers in our district. Thank you.
Ann Landgraf approaches the podium.
Good evening. I'm Ann Landgraf. I've been a resident of District 128 for almost 39 years. And I'm not surprised by the recent action of the teachers. They have been expressing their concerns with the changes in the curriculum for well over a year and are frustrated with the lack of dialogue on these changes. It's not an easy job being a superintendent or an administrator. You have to have great communication skills within the school and within the community. And you have to be willing to dialogue with those two groups to ensure that any concerns are being heard. It's not an easy job to find a superintendent. I know, I have done it twice. In this district, the two previous superintendents, I was on the community interview committee for Dr. Clough, and I was on the board that hired Prentice Lee. Both superintendents who understood the need for open dialogue. Search firms do a lot of the legwork in helping look for a new superintendent, but the school board should also do their due diligence on candidates. We have heard some very questionable background on Dr. Herman from her previous districts. It always concerns me when I see people jump from job to job, district to district in a short period of time. I want to know why. I am not sure as the board that you asked that question. It seems like the information on Dr. Herman was very easy to find. And I have to ask if the board did their due diligence in hiring the current superintendent. If this previous background information was hidden from you, then you hired Dr. Herman blindly, you had to accept what was told to you. But if you did see that these issues were on her background and you hired her anyway, I have to question your judgment. And if you were not on the board initially when the hiring happened, you also just renewed her contract. In just the last year, there seems to be a breakdown in communication between Dr. Herman and the teachers. This has been problematic in her previous districts. The teachers the teachers are the ones that are taken tasked with the delivery of the curriculum for our students. And that instruction has led to our schools being ranked within the top 12 of the state. I think they know what they're doing. They need a collaboration with the administration in developing any changes, not a top-down decision. I am very disappointed with the district in this. This has been a wonderful district. I am so proud of our students, but I can't be supportive of what's been happening lately with the lack of dialogue and effective communication. And by the way, I still have not heard anyone supporting these changes.
Kevin Horowitz approaches podium.
Hello, my name is Kevin Horowitz. I have a sophomore at Vernon Hills High School and a fifth grader. I'm not going to quote Angelou, but I do want to quote something a little less than, and that is Batman. And where Alfred tells Batman in disguise, "Why do we fall down, Master Bruce?" To get back up again. In doing so, we learn the value of failure, of learning what went wrong and doing better to get it better the next time. To the board, this is what failure looks like in this room. This is not normal. And it's been many, many board meetings that we've needed more space to account for the extra people that have needed to be here. That is also not normal. That is what failure looks like. And the hardest thing is accepting failure. It doesn't feel good. But we brush ourselves off, we get back up, and we do better. And in order to do that here, we have to listen to our nearly 90% of teachers that have said they do not have confidence and that the damage is irreparable. Board, those of you that hired and extended our current superintendent, you need to reconsider, accept the failure, allow your community to forgive you, and let's move forward with new leadership.
John Hoke approaches the podium.
Hi, I'm John Hoke. I have 2 students at LHS. What you need here, what we heard tonight from these students was incredible, very eloquent, well spoken, and they learned that from their parents and then their teachers. All right, and they showed just how good this district can be. All right, now when you have initiatives, the most important thing you can do for or can have a success or have them be a success is buy-in. All right, you need to have buy-in, especially from the teachers, because if the teachers aren't buying in, no matter what you say or do, it's not going to work. I'm sorry, you're going to be wasting time and money. You need to get out of this echo chamber you have here and start talking to us and learn what we're thinking, especially them. See what they can do, all right? They're the ones doing the work. So please, rethink this. Thank you.
Someone from the public approaches podium.
Good evening, everyone. So I've been listening to these meetings for 3 months, and all I hear is complaints, complaints, and complaints. And everyone feels like you guys are not doing anything. You just have to stop and hear the complaints. If you heard the parents surveying, we had, I don't know, probably 1,000 people surveying and saying, you guys need to stop. I'm not sure why you're not stopping. I'm here to support the teachers. I mean, if you don't have the teachers, you have nothing. Absolutely nothing. If the teachers are telling you this is not good, you have to listen to them. And I'm sorry to say this, but this is becoming a very hostile and sick and toxic environment. And I don't think there is a way out. So please stop and do the right thing. Thank you.
Andy Trobe approaches podium.
Good evening. My name is Andy Trobe, and I'm a sophomore at LHS. I'm going to keep this very short. Your job is not to antagonize the teachers, students, and community members. It is to listen, learn, and represent us. We have voted you into these positions, and we have the power to vote you out. Please listen to us, listen to your students, listen to your teachers, and listen to your community. Thank you.
Michael Shank approaches the podium.
Michael Shank, Vernon Hills resident, graduating senior to incoming freshman next year. So I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but unfortunately, as I learned not to in the distant past, if I have something to say it, because I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So I was disheartened and saddened when I woke up this morning and saw the report from the teachers union for the no confidence. You know, I'm a very big person. I love our community, and you always want the best for your community. And anytime any of our,
Momentary pause.
I would say, our government or our park district or our schools take a hit on the reputation, it hurts. It truly does. But we have to ask ourselves, how did we get here? In the last few weeks, I've been really, I got some friends in different high-performing districts higher up in the administration, and just having conversations with them, getting them in the lay of the land and then understanding, because I'm not an educator. I'm not. But I am a parent, so I count that as education, because we have to do our part too. And a couple of things came to mind. One, it seems that at some point here, we got out of the student space and moved too much into the adult space. And it's hard to explain that, but I think you guys can figure that out. And I think what we need to do is figure out a way to get back into the student space. And with that, there's only really one. You can ask my wife, I like to fix things. If something's broken, I'm always trying to fix it. Come up with ideas. I don't sit here and complain or I can't really think of I don't really want to use the inappropriate word, but what I would love to do is just get your hands in, get dirty, and fix it. And how do I think this can get fixed? It's something that we've been lacking. It's collaboration. Collaboration from our teachers are needed. Collaboration from our parents are needed. And collaboration from our board is needed. We can't put the walls up. We have to get through this, because guess what? We're in it. And this isn't a good thing, as I think a previous speaker said. But in turn, it is a good thing because that means people care. Our parents deal with our children every day. Our students are on the front lines with our students every day. And I know you guys set the policies, but there's something to be said in this group. If they feel that the ship is going rudderless right now, we got to get back under control, and we have to figure it out. And collaboration is the key. Get everyone involved in these teachers on these initiatives. You might have to strip it down to fix it. I'm not going to sit here and attack anybody individually, because that's not what I do. Because I know somebody can easily attack me, and that's fine. I can handle it. So please, if you guys think collaboration is the key, is that what you want? Can collaboration get us out of this? Let's hear it. Come on, let's go, guys. We can fix this. We're not dead yet.
Would anyone else like to address the board?
Lily Franz approaches the podium.
Good evening. My name is Lily Franz, and I don't have anything prepared today, but I'm a junior at Libertyville High School, and I'm going to keep this very short like Andy. Most importantly, I want to thank my wonderful teachers for all they have done for me within my time at Libertyville High School. I have witnessed firsthand the success they diligently produce every day. I beg for you to listen. If you won't listen to the teachers or the community members or the professionals, please listen to us. Listen to the students who you are supposed to be supporting with this plan. Please take a step back, readjust, and reevaluate. Our success as a community needs it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Teachers Union for their report.
Monica Caldecott approaches the podium.
Good evening. My name is Monica Caldecott, and I have been the library media specialist here at Vernon Hills High School for nearly 20 years. I am also president of the D128 Federation of Teachers. I am so glad to see many of my colleagues present here tonight. Many of us came right to this meeting from our snacks and study night events at 2 branch locations of Cook Memorial Public Library. For about 10 years now, our union has hosted and staffed 2 study nights each year near the end of the semester. We want our students to be well prepared for final exams, and just as importantly, we want them to know that we care about them. On behalf of our teachers, I extend our sincere congratulations to our sister union, the D128 Educational Support Personnel Union. Our sister union has recently settled a fair contract with this administration. Both our unions are focused on the education, health, safety, and success of our students, and we look forward to continuing our effective partnership. It was energizing to hear the strong voices of our community during public comment period tonight. Thank you so much to the parents who shared words of encouragement, and thank you especially to our students for making us so proud with your thoughtful words and your smart delivery. Thank you. As educators in this incredible district, we care about our students, their parents, and the taxpayers who provide the foundation for District 128. We too have spoken out about poor decisions made by Superintendent Dr. Herman puts in jeopardy the award-winning educational practices and acclaimed student success we strive to build on every day in our classrooms. Members of the D128 Federation of Teachers are committed to positive change and growth, which is why effective leadership is crucial. Sadly, the fact is that Dr. Herman has repeatedly shown that she is incapable of leading D128 through the complex and multifaceted change that has been planned, and our students are suffering the most. Parents and taxpayers should expect a superintendent who can identify the school district's needs and properly plan to support students and staff to address them. Instead, you've all watched for nearly 3 years as half-baked plans, as board member Sonal Kulkarni correctly named them, have been floated and changed, while the superintendent who inspired them has remained unwilling to work with teachers and administrators, even those she handpicked, to help our students thrive. A leader who does not listen is not an effective leader. Members of the school board, your role is to listen, ask questions, and oversee the high-level operation of this school district. You depend on the administration to make effective day-to-day decisions and to bring to you educational plans that make sense. Dr. Herman has thrown you under the bus, making you the fall guys for her poor leadership. The hot seats you feel under you are not deserved. You can only work with what you're given. And Dr. Herman has not given enough. Our students, parents, and taxpayers deserve much better. That's why, as concerned educators who care deeply about this district, we had no other choice than to take this important vote and make our voice heard. Therefore, the D128 Federation of Teachers has taken and overwhelmingly passed a vote of no confidence in the leadership of Dr. Denise Herman. Nearly 90% of our members approved this resolution. Of the members who voted, 99% voted yes. Our resolution reads, whereas Dr. Herman has created a chaotic and hostile work environment, forcing multiple administrators to leave our district in the past year. Whereas Dr. Herman launched a multitude of educational initiatives simultaneously, opting to eliminate some effective supports for students while failing to create thoughtful and organized plans for new ones for the 2024-25 school year, therefore leaving students without a fully realized system. Whereas Dr. Herman violated our union's collective bargaining agreement by completing the sectioning of 2024-25 classes with no discussion or input from the union, despite our contract clearly stating this discussion requirement. Whereas Dr. Herman has squandered D128 funds by making poor financial decisions that have cost taxpayers money. Whereas Dr. Herman has fomented distrust among educators by misrepresenting our involvement and approval of D128 decisions. Whereas Dr. Herman reneged on the imminent settlement of a 2022 union grievance in which district administration violated our collective bargaining agreement by allowing department chairs to direct and overpower the work of our professional learning communities. Whereas Dr. Herman condoned the changing of a correct grade assigned by an educator in favor of an inflated grade issued by a department chair after a 3-hour private summer tutoring session with the student. Whereas Dr. Herman has not met any of her 3 self-assigned culture and climate goals. Whereas Dr. Herman has repeatedly ignored the history and tradition of professionalism and excellence that D128 educators have grown and fostered, resulting in unprecedentedly low morale. Whereas Dr. Herman attempted to block the legal granting of professional tenure to 12 educators. Whereas Dr. Herman resisted paying the stipend owed to 7 educators in the English Learner Program, despite the fact that the stipend, named as district identified priorities in our collective bargaining agreement, was suggested and written by her own administration. Whereas the D128 union has exhausted all avenues to communicate concerns with Dr. Herman at labor management committee meetings, via union messages and attendance at school board meetings, and even directly to her at regular superintendent union president meetings and superintendent roundtables. Dr. Herman's unwillingness to listen is notably apparent. Therefore, be it resolved that the D128 Federation of Teachers strongly expresses a vote of no confidence in Superintendent Dr. Denise Herman. We call for the Community High School District 128 Board of Education to remove Dr. Herman immediately. We call for a leader who is capable of maintaining and fostering the excellence that has long been recognized at D128, as well as to promote positive change and build upon the outstanding legacy of this district. On behalf of the teachers in District 128, we urge the board to make a desperately needed change in leadership. Our district deserves no less. Thank you.
Pause for applause. Pause for applause. Pause for applause. Pause for applause. Camera turns to board members. Dr. Denise Herman.
Good evening. It's human nature to want to be liked. But whenever that desire or need becomes a leadership motive or the reason why you make decisions in your organization, expect trouble. Effective leadership is all about doing the right thing, not what's popular. When facing tough times or hard decisions, disciplined leaders call upon courage to consistently make ethical choices. Following Illinois School Code and fully implementing the Accelerated Placement Act is not a choice, it is the law. Following Illinois School Code and implementing heterogeneous classes to comply with the 70-30 rule is not a choice, it is the law. Following these laws has meant going against the status quo and losing allies. The fact that some people believe these laws do not apply to our school district or that students should not benefit from access to a rigorous learning environment is disappointing. All students deserve access to a high-quality education. The state legislators knew that without these new placement practices being required by law, some communities would push back for some of the same reasons our teachers and community members are citing. Doing the right thing and not the popular thing means sacrificing convenience or struggling emotionally, physically, and mentally at times. Regardless of the pain, however, here's a certainty. Every leader experiences time when that line must be drawn. This is my line. I will stand by my unwavering values of integrity and equity. I will not back down from doing what is best for students and student learning. I will continue to practice what Brené Brown calls courageous leadership. She says, the only thing I know for sure is that if you're going to dare greatly, you're going to get your butt kicked at some point. If you choose courage, you will absolutely know failure, disappointment, setbacks, even heartbreak. That's why we call it courage. That's why it's so rare. In leading this school district, I did not anticipate this level of challenge from the teaching staff or community, especially given their commitment to the daring mission, our strategic plan, and the district's adoption and allegiance to the Racial Equity and Inclusion Policy 7:12. Every decision I have made has been aligned with the district's policy, with state law, and is in the best interest of all students, but especially those voices who have been traditionally marginalized. Some people question my calm demeanor during these turbulent times and may think that I'm not listening or that I do not care, but nothing could be further from the truth. It is my deep care for students, student learning, this school district, and the future of public education that I am staying strong, resilient, and peaceful. Peace. It does not mean to be in a place where there is no noise or trouble or hard work. It means to be in the midst of those things and still be calm in your heart. Thank you.
I'm going, please silence, please. We are not going to devolve into that kind of a meeting. We are going to review the agenda from here on out. And we are going to, after I review the agenda, we are going to have our student school board representative reports and review FOIA requests, as well as additional good news. Our consent vote agenda includes items that we have reviewed extensively in our committee meetings. These are items that are routinely approved by the board with a single motion: minutes, destruction of closed session recordings, educational tour requests, employment matters, disposal of obsolete capital equipment, bills payable, and financial reports. These items have gone through board committee review and recommendation. Documentation concerning these items has been provided to all board members and the public in advance to assure an extensive and thorough review. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member. Do we have any board members wishing to remove items from the consent agenda tonight?
No.
Okay, seeing none, after the consent vote agenda, we will move on to items for action. The first 4 items came out of the Program and Personnel Committee, and Don Carmichael will take us through those. And then items E through I came out of F&F, and Jim Batson will take us through those. After we complete the items for action, we will move on to items for discussion. We will have a review of the student and staff support plan for the diagonal movers. We will review our board policies for a first reading. This is our second set that we reviewed last week in committee. And then we will have a discussion of our fiscal year 25 tentative budget. After completing the items for discussion, we will have items for information, including the superintendent's report. We will discuss board comments and events. Do we have an IASB report this evening? Nothing from IASB. Do we have a CEDAW report? Nothing from CEDAW. We will review future agenda items, and then we will retire to executive session. We will move to convene in closed session in order to discuss collective negotiating matters under 5 ILCS 120/2C2, as well as employment of employees under 5 ILCS 120/2C1. And I am very pleased to confirm that after we return from open session, we will be taking action to approve the first educational support professionals union contract. After that, we will move to adjourn. So at this time, I would like to turn it over, sadly, for the last time, to our student board reps for their final report.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pure of Aurora.
Thank you, everyone. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the great privilege I've had to represent the Vernon Hills students. These are the people I've been fortunate enough to grow up with these past few years. I've become friends with many of them, and I'm extremely grateful to have had the opportunity to represent them in these board meetings. With that, it's been a pleasure serving, and here's my last board report. Firstly, on April 24th, 17 Vernon Hills students attended the National History Day state competition in Springfield for the U.S. History Fair. Of the 17, 5 placed and earned the state finalist title.
Momentary pause.
From there, they will now advance to the National History Day national competition this summer at the University of Maryland at College Park. Congratulations to Catherine Eustace, Anya Gupta, Michelle Eutsis, Breva Malhotra, and Caleb Gunninger. And special shout out to Caleb, who was the 5th student in the last 4 years to advance to nationals. This year was the first year in which students had digital AP exams. After conversing with a few students who've taken both the digital and writing AP exams, it's clear that the digital AP exams seem to be popular among AP Social Studies students, as they claim it's easier to type out their responses to long essay questions and short answer questions. Additionally, they noted it was easier to manage their time, as the timer on the program would allow them to not have to hunt for the clock in the room every time they would need to check out the time. The student organized senior sunrise took place this Sunday, after an exciting night at the senior party. More on that later. There, over 100 students had a good time playing volleyball, skipping rocks, and swimming in the lake as the sun rose. Conversely, a few decided to go with the calmer route and sat with friends picnic style while watching the sunrise. Lastly, with graduation right around the corner, staff has selected Callie Steele to be the senior speaker for the class of 2024 graduation. She was honored today at the honors graduation. Thank you.
Ruhi Subramanian.
May was a great month in the Fine Arts Department with beautiful final performances being performed by dedicated students. Firstly, the final band concert of the year took place on April 30th. There, soloist Karen Kai performed a meticulous flute performance. There, talented seniors received awards for their contributions to the music department, and Director Randy Sandell was given a life-size cutout of himself holding a Sunny D bottle by the class of 2024. If you'd like to see it, it's still in the music department hallway. We would also like to send a big hearty congratulations to our wind ensemble who performed at the University of Illinois Super State Band Festival and was named the Honor Band, the state champion for the 6th time with Randy Sundell directing. The final orchestra concert took place last Tuesday, May 14th. There, senior soloist Noah Kim performed a breathtaking performance on piano. Seniors were honored and celebrated with the traditional senior video taking place, where students are shown animated by a VH alum telling their favorite orchestra memory. On May 10th and 11th, dancers performed an Orchesis with this year's title, Fusion. This breathtaking show was created by hardworking dancers who choreographed pieces and also diligent sponsors who helped create dances. Some notable pieces included Red Light, choreographed by Paulina Chadaeva and Lisa Nugent, and Better Have My Money, choreographed by Tanya May. In addition to these beautiful shows, student-run publications like Whispers and the Yearbook were distributed and celebrated in the past month. Students excitedly took their yearbooks to classes this week, waiting to sign notes onto each other's. The yearbook is made by a hardworking class in VH who works hard to make the 271-page remembrance of the school year. Students notably mentioned the senior connection, where the staff of the yearbook meticulously connected the class of 2024 by whether they went to the same middle school together or if two people played Little League together. Whispers is the annual VH literary magazine housing student artwork, poems, and short stories. This publication shows the sheer amount of talent at VHHS and the creativity that students hold. Whispers also had a booth open in the Arts in Action show on May 17th. Arts in Action takes place in the foyer of our school, where student artwork is displayed and a small stage is built. From 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., there was never a dull moment, whether you were getting your face painted a butterfly, observing the beautiful creations from students in art classes, or listening to Love Notes perform. Additionally, talented students were selected to display their arts at the 2024 Illinois High School Northern Regional Art Exhibition in Bridgeport Art Center in Chicago, Illinois. Congratulations to Callie Bennett, Joy Ning, Leila Rami, Orlando Alice Sandoval, Sunny Catalan, and Veronica Dimitrieva. Only one student is selected from each high school to enter into the live figure drawing throwdown challenge, and this year it was the talented creative Val Bykova. With the end of the year approaching, this also means that the grading pilot is ending, and next year it will be fully implemented. While at the beginning it was slightly rocky with many different grading scales, by the end, many teachers have found a rhythm with what they're doing and students know what to expect to do in each class. However, with the new grading policy, some questions still remain unknown to students, like how it will affect finals week. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the board, my fellow reps, and Dr. G for this opportunity to represent my school. Student voice is so important to the Daring mission, and I can say with confidence that this position has allowed me to grow into a daring person and carry that perspective into higher education and beyond. As I leave this role, I want to continue to stress the importance of student voice and participation. as I hope this role flourishes further in the hands of Danny, Griffin, and Iman. Thank you endlessly.
Maya Raval.
Good evening. Following today's board meeting, it marks the end of my role as student board representative. I wanted to start off by saying thank you to Dr. G, my fellow board reps, and the D128 community and Board of Education for allowing me to share perspectives, activities, and celebrations from Vernon Hills High School each board meeting, while hearing my input on various topics discussed at the meetings. I believe that student voice is so important and valuable for the success of the schools, so I look forward to continued collaboration with the board and the next group of representatives. On the topic of it being some of the last, the seniors just wrapped up their final year with the Honors Assembly this morning, where the seniors were recognized for their outstanding achievements during their time at VHHS. They also had the time to celebrate with each other during the senior party, which took place at the Sundance Saloon in Mundelein this past Saturday. Many of the seniors said they enjoyed the various booths, which had activities like tarot reading and airbrush tattoos. Seniors also celebrated their decisions on their post-secondary plans on May 3rd. Pictures were taken and some breakfast was had while recognizing their decisions they have made with their future. With senior celebration, the class of 2024 VHHS graduation is set to take place at the new venue, Rosemont Theater, on Thursday. As we were approaching that day, I was able to have some conversations with a few seniors on how they felt about this change. In summary, many felt that their parents are pleased with additional tickets provided,
Momentary pause.
but wish for the location to be closer in order to have some of their friends who are in their younger grades be there. Personally speaking, the increase in the number of tickets provided to each of us was definitely exciting for both my parents and I, as I now can enjoy this accomplishment with a few more of my family members. While the change in location from the high school is bittersweet, as the ceremony will not be in the halls of the high school anymore. On the sports side of things, VHHS spring sports have been crushing it. Our girls track team finished as CSL champions, and senior Anna Lester qualified for state in the 800 meter and 1600 meter. She finished 19th overall out of 44 competitors. For our boys volleyball team, they've won the CSL once again, as well as after clinching a victory against Niles North. This is the team's fourth time in a row winning the title. Badminton is also doing their thing, with junior Neha Kulkarni leading the way and several others qualifying for the state tournament. Girls soccer just upset the Deerfield Warriors to take home the regional title on home soil. They are looking forward to continuing their postseason run on Wednesday against St. Viator. Our boys track and field team also had a successful season and will continue with many athletes making it to the state finals. Good luck to everyone, and thank you again.
Molly Neary.
Field trips have returned to LHS as all lingering COVID restrictions have been lifted. AP Literature took a field trip to watch Romeo and Juliet at the Shakespeare Theater. AP Biology ventured to the Lincoln Park Zoo. Outdoor Ed took on a ropes course. AP Environmental Science continues to visit various natural research sites, and so many more classes in so many more places. These field trips are a great way to apply, experience, and enjoy the concepts discussed in class to local areas. Field trips are also taken advantage of by clubs, as members of the Student Life Committee of Principals Advisory Board took the train downtown for a field trip to the Merchandise Mart. Junior Maddie Bleezer accompanied this trip as part of yearbook and shared that she thought the field trip was not only super fun, but also important, as she had a direct voice in choosing the new flexible furniture she would be using in the yearbook classroom next year. Next, I'll talk about 2 end-of-year celebrations. Seniors participated in Senior Day before school in the cafeteria, where they wore shirts that reflected their future plans, took photos, enjoyed a variety of snacks, and marked the map to celebrate their next year plans. Senior Emma Zingle thought it was a great way for seniors to recognize and reap the benefits of all the hard work they've put in during the year. She enjoyed sharing her plans with staff and other students and thought all of the activities were super fun. Overall, the event was great to get seniors excited for what's to come. Friday, there was Yearbook Distribution Day, complete with bouncy houses, balloon animals, a dunk tank, snow cones, and of course yearbooks. Editor-in-Chief Caitlin Guyevich shared her thoughts about the day. Being able to see our hard work be put in the hands of students and students' excitement about the event and signing each other's yearbooks meant so much to our staff and was so impactful. I really hope this event continues for years, because not only is it a fun event for our students, but it is very touching for a yearbook staff. Now time to make it about me. First, I would like to thank Dr. K for granting me this opportunity and the various staff and students that have helped me out and supported me in my position this year. Especially my fellow board reps, Rakaya, Louie, Maya, Ruhi, Parab. I'm not only grateful but honored to be alongside you. I will miss you, and I can't wait to see what you all accomplish in the next few years. Next year, I will be attending the University of California, Irvine for biological sciences and bioinformatics. I will continue to stay involved, continuing to share my voice and thoughts in this new environment. Finally, to next year's board reps, sitting over there, I wish you best of luck. Continue to share your voice as it's your most powerful asset. And I look forward to seeing all of the greatness that you'll bring to these chairs next year. Thank you.
Louis Perry.
Good evening. First of all, thank you to Dr. K for your support throughout the year and the opportunities he gave each of us in this position. Thank you to the students of LHS who allowed us to share their position and experiences throughout the 2023-24 school year. Thank you for the opportunity to learn and understand how an elected body works in a school community with various and differing perspectives from all stakeholders. A special thank you to Mrs. DeBruler in the front office at LHS for her patience and constant writing of passes for us representatives. And student voice as a perspective on policy decisions is very important. Evaluating those perspectives and hearing them, as well as integrating them into policy, is even more important. And I look forward to seeing how our future board reps will amplify those voices and challenge to find ways to keep student perspectives at the forefront of the district. Now, switching gears, finals are approaching this week for students at LHS. There has been some confusion for some seniors and their teachers regarding exemption and non-exemption. Senior Ella Diamore said, "I was confused by final policies and how it seemed to be confusing to teachers. No one really seemed to know the answer for whether you had to come to class or not, because it felt it wasn't communicated as well." While Julia Boggs and other seniors said she just wished she knew what the policies were sooner than later. Overall, finals policies weren't initially clear, and some clarity to some students with set exemption policies in one email or Google Draft would have been beneficial rather than getting new information that changed each day from class to class. Regardless, we wish all students the best of luck on their upcoming exams. The varsity boys tennis team had a great season, according to junior Jack Gerber. "We all had our ups and downs, but in the end, I'm proud of what we produced," he said. The team dominated at conference, and the freshman singles player Chase Pierce will be heading down to state. Gerber also said, "Overall, next tennis I've seen from the boys, and I can't wait to win state together next year." Libertyville students took part in the 30th annual Orchesis performance. Here, students of all different dance levels can either choreograph, teach, learn, or perform at the two-night showcase, which happened earlier this month. Vanessa Zhang, president of the Orchesis Executive Board, who choreographed a grand total of 12 dances over her 4 years of participation, said, "Orchesis is a really cool place where dancers who don't usually interact get to collaborate and grow close in the same space. You have people from the dance team, outside studios, theater, and more, all coming together to get inspired by each other's choreography. It helps dancers practice teamwork, collaboration, leadership, and creativity, among other traits, which is why I've always valued my time here." Thank you.
Rakaya Elman-Shahi.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will be discussing LHS Prom, the Best Buddies Talent Show, and the Mental Health Awareness Month 5K Walk. This past Saturday, the seniors had their last ever high school dance, which was very bittersweet. Students paid about a month in advance and chose one of the 15 buses with their group to head over the Lincolnshire Marriott venue. The night started off with a dinner that included pizza, pasta, and chicken sandwiches along with a soda bar. It had the best Shirley Temples I have ever had, which was amazing. After the students ate, they went to the dance floor or the silent disco. Both were super fun, and the students were able to make recommendations to the DJ, which was very nice. There was also Mario Kart and board games for those who aren't into dancing. One thing I noticed, however, was how late we left. For example, my bus was the second to last to leave a little bit after 11 p.m., and by that time, a bunch of students were bored and tired. Senior Rania Balavis said, "One thing that can be improved is having students leave around 9:30 to 10 p.m., but it was overall a fun and memorable night." The annual Best Buddies talent show took place this past month in the Studio Theater, where buddies, as in students with disabilities, performed their talents on stage, such as singing, dancing, and magic tricks. Peer buddies typically assist their buddies with their performances. For example, sophomore Mary Weatherly and Caitlin Malik had a fantastic hula hoop tricks show. They even spun around with more than 2 hula hoops around them, which was very cool. As a 4-year member of Best Buddies, I was so happy that we had such a great turnout, and it was such a fun way to say goodbye. The program I will reminisce forever. The Psychology Club and the Student Wellness Program had the Mental Health Awareness Month 5K walk, which had over 25 students, staff, and parents walk around Butler Lake and donate money, which was sent to Lake County Youth and Family Counseling, which provides free therapy for those in need. After the walk concluded, they received goodie bags with mental health wristbands, stickers, and granola bars as a thank you, and there was also an AP Psychology study session after, which many students attended. As I wrap up my final student board representative report, I would like to thank Dr. K for giving me the opportunity to take on such a position to represent my peers and learn communication skills I wouldn't have acquired otherwise. I'm very grateful for the D128 community, my teachers, my fellow board reps for supporting me during my service. I'm excited for the new board reps to take on this position, as there's definitely a lot to work on in terms of hearing what students have to say and room for growth in our district. Thank you.
Lisa Hessel.
Thank you once again to all of our student board reps.
Dr. Hessel, is it okay if I add something?
Sure.
I just wanted to thank all of my teachers who I've had. This has been a really special moment these past 4 years, and you guys have shaped me into the person I am today, and I cannot be more grateful for you guys. So thank you.
Lisa Hessel.
Well said, everyone, and we will miss you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, guys.
And I just wanted to say you guys have grown so much in the 1 year, and we are really excited to see where you all land up and all the great things you do for everybody. Good job.
Lisa Hessel.
Okay, we are going to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is to ask for a motion to approve the consent vote agenda. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm skipping an important items E and F. We're going to review FOIA requests and then have good news for Dr. Herman. Sorry about that. Thank you for correcting me.
We've got good news to share. But first, there are 6 FOIA requests that we received in process, and all of the responses are included in the board packet. We have additional good news. A lot of it is about our faculty, actually. First off, we have 2 District 128 staff members, a parent, and a board member who were honored at the May 10th Distinguished Service Celebration Award, sponsored by the Illinois chapter of the National School Public Relations Association. D128 honorees were Megan Huber, who's the president of the Libertyville High School Parent Cats, our own Carol Scoden, executive assistant to the superintendent, John
Very well
Gilliam.
deserved.
Yes, very well deserved. John Gilliam, principal at Vernon Hills High School. And next to me here, Jim Batson, Board of Education member, who was nominated by his professional school district, but was also celebrated by those of us in attendance at District 128. So congratulations, Jim. Next up, we had 7 staff members who were honored at the 3rd annual Lake County Educator of the Year celebration held at the Lake County Fairgrounds on May 8th. Congratulations to Amy Dillon from Vernon Hills, Esther Beasley from District Office, Jennifer Kahn from Libertyville High School, Ray Albin from Libertyville High School, Wendy Meister-Loya from Vernon Hills, Pascal Ateo from Vernon Hills, and Alan Ingresio from Libertyville High School. Next, we had 17 Vernon Hills High School staff members who recently received a Staff You Make a Difference Award. Congratulations to Stephanie Freckles, Laura Rash, Melissa Amarine, Jen Shepard, Nora McKiernan, Mark Proseis, Brian Toderick, Jessica Chapman, Margaret Kamen, Amy Dillon, Debbie Lehman, Freddie Behrens, Melissa Zerkowski, Sonia Stevens, Matt Hardy, Nikki Collins, Kedrick Greenwalt, and Steve Zabo. Libertyville High School was awarded first place in the high school division for the Illinois Green School Project. Their entry was a plan for cafeteria sustainability. They will be recognized at next week's Illinois Green Schools Project Celebration event. Science teacher Jennifer Kahn assisted with the development of the project. Next, Libertyville High School freshman Sammy Powers, a student in French 3 honors, has been awarded the AFS USA Global Citizen Scholarship for a 2-month-long language and culture study in Cap d'Anis, near Nice, France this summer. And finally, we have 2 more awards. We have Libertyville High School students who received Achievement in Writing Awards contest. Sayira Abraham, Madeline Chung, Jake Krupinski, Maura Nakanant, Rashika Tapardi, Kathleen Griffin, Cheaton Nickerson, Quinlan Hunter, and Leanne Lynn. And then finally, congratulations and best wishes to the District 128 staff members who are retiring at the end of this school year. We thank them for their dedication to our students and wish them the best in their retirement. Ray Gossel, Libertyville High School art teacher, Cam Trout, Libertyville school nurse, Paul Reef, Libertyville English department chair, Oli Stevens, Libertyville Director of Student Services, and Esther Beasley, District 128 Special Services. Thank you and congratulations to all the retirees.
And now I will ask for a motion to approve the consent vote agenda.
Carmichael, so moved.
Batson, second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Pause for roll call.
Batson.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. We will move on to items for action, and I will turn it over to Don to take us through items A through D.
All right, the first thing up is item A, the board policies. This is our second reading, and we will adopt those policies tonight.
Brian Kelly.
Are there any questions on the board policies? Many of these board policies are due to legal updates and or press doing some updates on their own.
And there have been no changes since we discussed it at committee last Monday, correct?
No changes since last Monday.
Okay.
Don Carmichael.
Very well then, can I have a motion to approve and adopt 28 board policy updates as presented?
Batson, so moved.
Drumkey, second.
Further discussion?
Pause for discussion.
Roll call.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson.
Aye. All right, the motion passes. Next, we have an agreement with Rise Aquatics, who run our swimming program. I turn this over also to Bryant.
So the Rise Aquatics, again, is a private club that uses the Libertyville High School swimming pool. This is our yearly agreement with them. And we do have a intergovernmental agreement with Vernon Hills Park District for the use of the Vernon Hills swimming pool. Although this agreement says Rise could use Vernon Hills Pool because of the usage by our own programs, and then Vernon Hills Park District, Rise really just has use up at Libertyville High School for their swimming pool. So this is our yearly agreement for you to vote on.
And just as a reminder, these 4 items have all been discussed at committee already. So we have had a thorough discussion about each one of these. So can I have a motion to approve the 24-25 partnership agreement with Rise Aquatics as presented?
Hessel, so moved.
Batson, second.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to educational tours.
Momentary pause.
Okay, so this is the Latin Club tour.
Yes. So we have one additional educational tour request since our last meeting. It's the Latin Club that'll travel through a travel agents to Italy and Greece from June 5th to June 14th, 2025. Cost of the trip is noted there at about $4,500 per student and guardian. Cancellation trip insurance has been secured, which is 48 hours for international travel. And as with all these tours, they are approved by the board, but are not provided by the board.
Don Carmichael.
And we heard about a student who had taken that tour during comments this evening. May I have a motion to approve the following educational tour requests as presented that occurred after the May PNP committee meeting?
Batson, so moved.
Kulkarni, second.
Pause for discussion and questions.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye. And the motion passes. Moving on to employment of employees. Again, these are after the PNP meeting.
And there is a change in the coaching extracurricular staff. Kurt Hieronymus replacing Amy Holtzford. That's a full-time position. And then John Stanzakevich replacing Bill Mix. That's a full-time. It incorrectly said each of them were 0.5, but they are full-time positions. So Amy Holtzford and Bill stepping down after a long time with the program, and then Kurt Hieronymus and John Stanzakevich being hired in those positions.
Very well. Can I have a motion to approve the employment items as presented that occurred after the May PNP committee meeting?
Hessel, so moved.
Batson, second.
No other discussion. Roll call, please.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
All right, and I will turn it on to my esteemed Dr. Batson for the remainder for the FNF.
Jim Batson.
Okay. First item on this list is administrative contracts.
So we're bringing our 10-month administrative contracts and some 12-month administrative contracts. So our 10-month administrative contracts are our department chairs, team leaders, student activities directors. They are yearly contracts that we bring every year. Last year, we did some changes to our 10-month administrative contracts to ensure that these positions were marketable to not only our internal candidates moving from the teaching ranks to department chairs, but also for outside candidates. And so this is really, it was a 2-year process of changes. So there are some changes that are listed in the memo for the 10-month administrative contract. So there's the annual contract renewals for 10-month, and then there's also 3 new annual contracts, and that's for previously approved department chairs. Lauren Katzman for English, department chair at Libertyville High School. Gabriella Martin, World Languages, department chair at Libertyville. And the Kristen Schwartz, CTE department chair at Libertyville. So those are brand new annual contracts. Also bringing to you our 3-year and also retirement contract And so our cycles of administrators, they're either, some of our administrators are on 3 or 5-year contracts. And so not all of the 12-month administrators cycle on and off at the same year. And some of these are new positions too. So we're bringing you the 3-year administrative contract for Ray Albin, principal at Libertyville, Jenny Getch, assistant principal for student services at Libertyville, Kelly Hartwig, director of special services at district office, Joe O'Brien, associate principal at Vernon Hills, John Woods on a retirement contract. So he declared his retirement, and that was approved by the board previously, athletic director at Libertyville, and then Andrew Young, the assistant principal for student services at Vernon Hills. So we're bringing those contracts to you. And also the current 12-month, there's 12-month staff that are on contracts. Last year, we started the process of looking at our 10-month administrators and the compensation and benefits, and we made changes to those plans. And we said that we would review the compensation plan for 12-month administrators. And so we met with 12-month administrators during the review process. We looked at market analysis of comparable school districts in both salaries and benefits. And based on the analysis, there was not a recommendation to increase any benefits for 12-month administrators. The benefits that were in place are very similar, if not the same, at a lot of other school districts for 12-month administrators. Those probably have evolved over time of schools doing analysis of the health benefits being offered, vacation days, and sick days, personal days. And some of those benefits, sick days and other things, personal days, mirror some of our teachers in terms of those contracts. However, one of the things that we also wanted to look at with the salaries of the 12-month administrators previously, raises were determined by averages of the teacher salary, which included teachers that were on the salary schedule, or teachers that had moved off the salary schedule to longevity. So teachers are on a salary schedule, and then once they move off the salary schedule, then they go to a lower percentage to longevity. So looking at historically, 12 months had the average raises of those teachers. Again, removing teachers that were on the retirement track so those were kind of thrown out of the mix. But that was the average that was given to administrators. However, that was one of the things that we looked at when we looked at teachers is they're on the salary schedule and then they move to longevity. And so they move down in percentage. And our 12-month administrators, we needed to look at slowing down some of our raises and kind of set up a longevity for some of the salaries. But also we wanted to look at ensuring that again, just like we did with the 10-month, that we're marketable to our own employees to step into those positions, but also for people that are interested in these positions from outside of District 128. We also need to look at, with a change in a law coming up, that we need to be able to advertise what our salary ranges are, so when we post jobs. So one of the things that we were looking at, similar to our teachers, is that we try to look at a target range of keeping salaries in the 50th to 85th percentile. So we, being a high-performing district, we value our administrators, we value our teachers, we value our educational support professionals, and so looking at that, we trying to keep them in that band, and instead of giving everyone the same raise that had been done historically for years, is that those administrators that are on the higher end, they would receive a smaller raise, and then those down at the lower end or need adjustments to get into that band would receive a higher raise. And so we looked at really that
momentary pause.
The administrators would fall within one of those three things. And again, the analysis that was done by Dan was looking at comparable school districts. There are This took a lot of work because not every position is the same from school district to school district. So when you start looking at positions, they may have different duties, but we really tried to break it down into the same positions. And so again, our recommendation for our is for our 10-month annual contracts renewals, new 10-month contracts, the 12-month administrators, and then raises for administrators within those bands.
Thank you. Before we get into discussion, can I get a motion in a second?
Momentary pause.
I move to approve the recommended administrative contracts and salary increases for 24-25.
Benjamin, second.
Okay, thank you. I just want to start by thanking you and the whole administrative team for putting such a detailed memo together, really laying out a lot of information, and just to note that there was significant conversation, discussion in closed session a week ago about contracts and administrative salaries, contracts, that kind of thing. So this is not new to us. So this is a lot of recap of information that we've already been discussing. So any questions or comments by any of the board members?
Sunal Kulkarni.
I do have a comment. And what I say might sound a little drastic, but we have gone over the 5% CPI 2 consecutive years. I would almost recommend that anyone besides the folks that are in the lowest band, which is 50 to 70%, and of course, if someone has a contract for retirement, that we actually freeze salary raises for this year. We have a lot of new spending coming our way. We've got to fund an MTSS program that we've not had to before. We're embarking on a really significant capital budget. And when I look at all of those things together, I think that's where I am. And I've done a lot of thinking about this after the really late session last week, and this is where I am right now. When the other part that I'd like to do, and perhaps this has to be done as part of our retreat, is for leadership positions, we need to start thinking about moving to pay based on performance. That's what happens to anybody in private sector, is you get a salary raise is based on 2 things. One is how did you do with respect to your goals, and how did your organization do with respect to financial viability. And we ought to come up with a formula like that makes it comparable, and we can pay for performance. I know we can't talk about this right now, but I'm talking about going forward. I have seen some sites, some schools that have embarked on these things, so I know it's happening. I would recommend we pick that up. I'm not sure what's the right venue, but I'd like to start looking at that framework.
Kara Drumkey.
I also had a question. And thank you, Dan, for putting together the 14-page kind of memo to explain that we are not, although we've been criticized as being
Kara, pull your mic a little closer.
although we've been criticized for being the most expensive administration in Lake County, I think you shared with us that it's not easy to find apples to apples because different positions are reported differently, but it appears like we are not, but we are definitely up in the top. But we're also a high-performing district, and we expect a lot. Where I struggle is just strictly by going on the ISB website and comparing the average teacher salary for the past 5 years versus the average administrative salary for the past 5 years. Teachers have gone in the last 5 years from an average of 109 to 123, which is reflective of 13% in total in 5 years. Administrators' average have gone from 148 to 177, according to ISB, which is a 20% increase over 5 years. And I feel like until we have if we've gotten to this point because of a Me Too philosophy, until that Me Too looks more reflective in the long term, I would also suggest that maybe pausing for a year in those 2 bands that are over the 70%. I want us to continue to be marketable with our administrators because we're going to have some turnover with our administration. And we know we have some administrators on longevity. I can see the 10% or the 10-month employees, administrators in the schedule. But when we're talking about those 12-month administrators, and more than 50% of our 12-month administrators are in the 85th percentile or above. And that also, if they've been in that position for more than 5 years, they've seen a 20% increase over 5 years. That is not the same as what our teachers are seeing. I'm having a hard time, even with the 2% increase.
I'd agree.
Dan, you had mentioned the slowing the rate of increase over time gets us to the same place. That by giving a 2% raise over a period of years would in effect do the same thing as pausing for a year and then coming back to it. Am I mischaracterizing that?
Dan Stanley.
In theory, the math does that. It's a factor of time. So if your concern is salaries, and then your option, if you're looking at, is freezing or decreasing, that gets you there a whole lot faster. The 2% that was recommended was based on a similar methodology with teachers, that it slows down at the end, and balancing that with the interest of attracting and retaining high quality staff. So that's why the 2% was recommended. We do believe this model will get us within the range.
Momentary pause.
Rome wasn't built in a day. This district was not built in a day. Any numbers that you see just weren't built. They were built over years. And so we believe that this is a strategy that over a few years will get us back in. Because if the whole market goes up, for example, so we don't know, but say the whole market goes up 4 or 5%, and then we have those at the top end at 2%, that would slow them down. I don't know what the data is until I get the data for next year, but that's in theory how it would work.
Jim Batson.
So I think the issue right now is we have a motion and a second to approve a set of contracts.
Momentary pause.
I think we have, 3 items? We take a vote. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't pass, we go back to the drawing board. Or we could, I guess I'm curious what would be the consequence of pausing this, of
Momentary pause.
basically postponing this vote until the next board meeting.
Sunal Kulkarni.
I don't know that postponing the vote is going to make a difference. I think my philosophy was, if you look out there and if you look at industry, if your organization isn't making its earnings, then you don't get a pay increase, you don't get a bonus. Where we are is, we've asked for more money from the taxpayers. I got my tax bill last week, and it's added about $3,000 to my tax bill. So we have asked for more money. We have a lot of extra additional spending we're doing. So my philosophy is we should look at where can we tighten the belt. If this was my I've gone for years without getting any salary increase if a company was tightening its belt, or worse yet, you get riffed, right? That's the reality of a lot of people out there who are paying the bills, that's funding this. So postponing it isn't going to change where I am. I'm suggesting something kind of drastic here, but
Yeah, postponing would say that we are missing some data. I don't think we are missing the data in making our decision. It's a philosophy that we are struggling with right now.
The point is we have what's presented and the motion has been made for this set of contracts. We can't make adjustments to them now. We either vote on it. So I think we take a vote and see where it lies, and then
Is it possible if we were to postpone this, that I think where most people are having a trouble with is the 12-month administrators. Do we pull
Yes.
out the 12-month?
When you say most people,
Not me, that's mine, yeah. That's my concern then, is the discrepancy between the 12-month administrators. So if it's not possible to review that, then let's take the vote.
I'm in favor of taking a vote.
Okay. Should we take a roll call?
Cotwall,
No.
Kulkarni,
No.
Batson,
Aye.
Benjamin,
Abstain.
Carmichael,
Aye.
Drumkey,
No.
Hessel.
Aye.
Momentary pause.
Just go back to the drawing board. Okay.
Momentary pause.
All right, let's move on. Driver's education waiver.
So I think we're just looking to approve the driver's ed waiver that we're applying for.
Jim Batson.
Do we have a motion, please?
Drumkey, motion to approve the renewal of the waiver of the school code to increase the driver education fee to $350 beginning in the 2025-2026 school year.
Carmichael, second.
Okay, and this is what was discussed at our hearing earlier.
beforehand.
So any further questions or comments by the board? Okay, roll call, please.
Kulkarni,
Aye.
Batson,
Aye.
Benjamin,
Aye.
Carmichael,
Aye.
Drumkey,
Aye.
Hessel,
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. 2024 indemnification agreement, easy for me to say. This is a standard agreement that we do every year. Any background on this?
Dan Stanley.
Not anything different than what we did at committee a week ago.
Okay,
So,
all right. Can we have a motion, please?
Carmichael, move to approve the Lake County indemnification agreement as presented.
Kulkarni, second.
Okay, any questions, comments? Again, it's already been discussed in committee, so can we have a roll call, please?
Batson,
Aye.
Benjamin,
Aye.
Carmichael,
Aye.
Drumkey,
Aye.
Hessel,
Aye.
Cotwall,
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Internal transfer resolution. Any quick background on this, Dan?
just an annual transfer for interest that was in interest earned on monies in our working cash fund to transfer the money to our education fund. If not, at the end of the year, it stays part of that fund, and it's just harder to get that money out.
Yeah.
So we do this every year to transfer the interest.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a motion, please?
Carmichael, move to approve the resolution authorizing and directing the transfer of interest from the working cash fund to the education fund.
Hessel, second.
Any further questions, comments? Roll call, please.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson.
Aye. Motion passes. And lastly, the FY25 treasurer's bond. Again, something we do every year.
We do every year. This one is a little bit different. A new law passed that allows us to bond for less, which spends less. So we'll go from spending $18,000 a year to $6,000 a year on the bond. So
It's
Sounds
good.
good to me.
We have a motion, please?
Drumkey, motion to approve the fiscal year 25 treasurer's bond in the amount of $6,000.
Hessel,
Carmichael.
second.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Roll call, please.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Okay. Can I just, as a point of order, can we review, not to belabor it, but the administrative contract vote? We had an abstain and we had,
Carol Scoden.
3 aye, 3 nay, 1 abstain.
You need 4 votes to pass it.
yeah, so the abstain
Guess that-
basically goes with a no. Yeah, okay. All right, just wanted to.
So then
confirm
what
that.
happens?
Momentary pause.
I've- one other question is we do have the attorney that you can
Yes.
always ask that would know more than I would on how that stuff works. But assuming it did not pass, then we need direction from the board because we have administrator positions right now that don't have a contract for employment for next year.
We also have language in those contracts that is different from what some of you are calling for. The language in all of our administrator contracts say that the administrators will get the average raise of all other administrators. So asking for a freeze when other administrators are getting a raise is going against what is written into each of our contracts. So we will have to consult with our attorney.
That's all. And we need direction from the board on what you want to do. So that in terms of like what next.
Lisa Hessel.
I'm not sure that the board members who voted for the motion can give you that guidance because we agreed with your recommendation. So it's difficult to ask for consensus from that when we had a split vote.
Dr. Denise Herman.
I also think bringing back clarification from our attorney will show that some of the things that those of you who were not in support of this were asking is not a legitimate path forward because of the way our current administrative contracts are worded.
So how is it different from agreeing to a sliding? I mean, if, I'm not arguing, and I'd like to hear from our attorney. If the administrators have agreed to a sliding salary increase, what's the difference of what I'm asking if it's a freeze?
Right. Well, that would be saying that we've created a new structure that that are going to be applied to all administrators if you're not on the retirement or any other. So we're developing a new system that will be applied equitably and consistently to all 12-month administrators. This is saying that some people who are on retirement contract or something else will continue to get their raise, and other administrators will have a freeze. And so that's not what the language of our contract calls for.
So I'm
Anyways, we
if
are
we're
calling
gonna
for a
continue
change here, right?
discussing this. I just as a point of order, I think we need to either revisit the motion and continue discussing this, or we're going to have to figure out when we do this in the future, because we can't just extemporaneously decide to engage in an agenda item that we've already voted on unless somebody wants to motion it again and second it so that we can continue discussing it.
Jim Batson.
Well, yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I think Dan's point was if nothing changes, you know, they need some direction on what could potentially change. They could change the outcome. So I guess if that means we go back and make the motion again and open the discussion on this, or is there some other way, you know, since it's contractual or whatever, is this a closed session topic? Again, is this?
What can we get Lynn's input since he's here?
So just to clarify, our choices are, number one, we can discuss it in closed session because we have properly noticed an OMA exception in our agenda.
Lawyer speaks to the board indistinctly off screen. Lawyer speaks to the board indistinctly off screen.
That is correct.
Yes.
Lawyer speaks to the board indistinctly off screen. Lawyer speaks to the board indistinctly off screen.
And if the board is not prepared and the administration is not prepared to discuss each of those 12-month employees tonight, but we are prepared to approve the 10-month contract tonight, are we permitted to reopen the motion to approve the 10-month contracts tonight?
Momentary pause.
If we wanted to continue discussing the 12-month contracts in open session, could we also motion to re-motion the same thing that we just voted on?
Lawyer speaks to the board indistinctly off screen.
Okay, not to belabor it, but my suggestion is that we make a motion to approve the 10-month employees, vote on that. Make another motion to continue discussing the 12-month employees, and then see if we come to consensus at that point. I'm not trying to make this meeting any longer than it needs to be, but out of fairness to our administrators, I think it's on the agenda, and if we have a chance to get their contracts, which say that they need to be renewed, I think we need to spend the time to do that tonight since it was on our agenda.
Yeah, I
So-
think that's a fair.
Would
Okay,
you like
anyone
to-
want to make a motion for the 10-month administrator contracts?
Move to approve, Carmichael, sorry, move to approve the 10-month annual contracts as presented.
Drumkey, second.
Okay.
And again, those are the
We're going to have to give her
administrative-
time here because there's a new motion is going in.
Yeah. Again, those are the administrative staff annual contract renewals 1 through 20, and then the administrative new annual contracts 1 through 3. Those are your 10-month administrators.
Correct.
Momentary pause.
Okay, any further discussion on this motion? Roll call, please.
We did a motion in a second. That's okay.
Carmichael moved. And who was the second?
Drumkey, second.
Second.
Good.
Pause for roll call.
Drumkey,
Aye.
Hessel,
Aye.
Cotwall,
Aye.
Kulkarni,
Aye.
Batson,
Aye.
Benjamin,
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Okay. So for discussion, we'll have to have a motion for the 12-month contract, administrator contracts.
So Hessel, let me know when you're ready.
Bryant Kelly.
Staff, 12-month administrative staff contracts and raises, salary raises. It's for the 12-month administrative staff contracts and salary raises.
Were you looking to do this now, or were you, I'm a little confused.
We're,
what you meant
we're
to do
making
this
the
after.
motion so we can have the conversation. We can't,
Okay.
Okay, motion to approve the 12-month administrative staff and salary.
As presented, yes, that was Hessel.
Carmichael, second.
Ready? Okay.
okay.
So for discussion, Dr. Herman, do you mind explaining again what you meant by how the 12-month contracts work in conjunction with other contracts?
Dr. Denise Herman.
So, and Bryant is actually the expert on this exact language, but the contracts read, rather than setting a specific target or a number, it gives flexibility so it can correspond with what the teachers might have or the ESP might have. So the language says that administrators will get the average of what the other administrators get.
Momentary pause.
And so to all administrators,
12 months, 10 months are.
but based on teacher
Yeah,
contract.
10 months are different because they're based off of the teacher salary schedule plus stipends.
And the 12-month are based on?
Dr. Denise Herman.
Their, whatever they were hired in at the starting salary for that particular job category, and then the raises that they have based on their longevity. So in the past, our district has done what's typically called a Me Too kind of raise system, where all administrators get the average of what the teachers get. So
And that's what this board unanimously approved last year.
for the last 20 years, the board has approved Me Too raises. And so, for example, this coming year, the teachers will be receiving a 5% raise. But some teachers are on longevity, and so they receive a 3% raise. So we don't say either, we truly stay to our practice of saying the average of the teacher raises. That typically ends up being about 4.33%.
But how does that correlate with, you're recommending for us to do a 2%, a 3.5%?
Right, so
and a 5%?
we, absolutely. So one of the reasons in looking at the salary schedule and doing the market analysis we did it last year for 10 month. We said we would do it this year for 12 month. So we did it this year for 12 month. And what we came to see is that some of our administrators are very high for their job category. Others are not. Others are at 70 or 60 or 50 or one even in the 40%. And we said, what is some of the target that we would want our administrative salaries to be in? And as an admin team and looking at other districts, we said we'd like our salaries, because we have to publish a range starting January 1st, 2025. So knowing that requirement for the state of Illinois requires us to post not just a starting salary, but a salary range, we wanted to establish this year and bring you a range that was based on evidence. So we set 50% to 85% as what we thought would be the range for a high-performing school district to attract and retain administrators. That is very similar. Our target for our teachers is also 50 to 90%. So our teacher salaries are within that target range. And again, some people's are lower at the lower end and higher at the higher end. It depends on how different unions negotiate their contracts. But that is also our target range there. So we're trying to be very consistent rather than having, because administrator salaries being higher than teachers, when you do a 4.3% raise year after year after year for people at the top, it does continue to grow that. We, as an administrative team, don't think that's appropriate. We think that people at the top end should have a cap similar to what teachers have, and that's called longevity. So teachers, for us, rather than getting 5%, once you're off the salary schedule, you get 3%. Because again, for teachers, your salary is much higher. So our recommendation was to, again, to try and adjust the way we were giving raises to administrators to be more like teachers, where we have a salary schedule that's very competitive. And then when you get off of that, you go to you don't get no raise. We don't freeze for teachers, but we say you're going to get a less increase. And for us, that's 3%.
Right. And if I remember the formulary that we saw, from more than 50% of our 12-month administrators are over 90% in the 90th percentile. So we've met our goal for more than 50, and some of those
Can
are.
someone take a look at that to make
Yeah.
sure that that is correct? Because I don't want to guess.
Yeah. And some of, again, one of the challenges is several of our 12-month administrators are on retirement contracts.
Right. And that's
So
what I
we
was
have
gonna
no
say.
control
And those are
over
out
those.
of the, right.
Right. So some of the people who are at the upper end are also on retirement contracts. So we don't have any authority to change the particular way their raises are given according to our retirement plan.
Pause for discussion. Lisa Hessel.
There was a comment made about other districts that tie their administrative salaries to profitability, and that I'm not understanding how that could work. And
There was in the 90s and early 2000s an attempt for some school districts to try and tie teacher raises and administrator raises to increases in student achievement. It was very, very difficult for student achievement to be quantified in such a way, because we don't have a profit. So our outcome is student learning. And so the districts who tried to do that particular method of allocating teacher and or administrator raises, it failed miserably. And all that I know of have been abandoned. I don't know of any school district that uses that. I do know of some school districts who use goal attainment for some of their, actually to have a multi-year contract, you have to have, in Illinois, you have to have some of your administrator salaries tied to goals. But just how I have 11 goals right now, and we agreed on those mutually. So my performance will be evaluated on my attainment of those goals.
so we do,
Lisa Hessel.
because you're our only employee, we do tie your performance to the outcome of your review. Yes.
Sunal Kulkarni.
Yep, and I wasn't suggesting profitability. And I understand it's a different space, but we all still, even in a profitable situation, or
Momentary pause.
I get evaluated for how I met my goals.
But you do see the difficulty in applying a corporate standard to a public education space.
I understand. I'm not saying use the same goals, but the philosophy is that you get paid based on whether you are successfully meeting your goals or not. And if these are goals that we've mutually agreed to, and someone did not meet those goals, then why should they be compensated?
So are you asking that in the future?
Right.
that
I'm not
Denise-
suggesting doing it right now, but I'd like
So
to
you're
think-
suggesting that Denise consider for her employees a system that takes into consideration pay ranges as per the administrative contracts, as well as attainment of established goals in the future. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, and we do the same for Denise, or, yeah.
But that is how we do it.
Yep.
But right
But-
now, that's not how our contracts are
But
written.
that's not how
I
it's
just think
right
it's
now.
very important for us. I think if that's the way we want to start writing our administrative contracts in the future, I think that is something very important for the board to talk about. But that is not how our current contract.
Maybe I'm confused a little bit. We keep referring to the contracts, and then here we are asking to put in a system that is different from the contract anyways. So how's our request of freezing something or changing the structure of this any different from what is put in here and being asked to vote on? We are just asking for a different structure to be applied and a different scale to be applied. And so how can we use one argument at one place in saying that's how our contracts are written and hence we can't change it, versus we are asking for a different structure to be applied? We are not asking for anything radically different from what is proposed here. It's just a different structure that we want to agree on.
Just
Can't use an argument both ways, I feel.
Dan Stanley.
What you were talking about proposing works within the structure. I think the tricky part was when a motion dies and there's nothing else. What happens if there's nothing else? That's the part where we run into problems, because if there's no motion to adopt anything different, then we're going with the existing language, and the existing language is going to be tricky to figure out how to implement. But if, for instance, if there was a vote to approve the plan that you had mentioned, that is direction that fits within that structure.
I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing the concept of changing how we determine increases and having it in some way based on performance and goals and that kind of thing, which I think we all agree that that's not something we can do with these contracts. These contracts are already
That's a future
in motion.
conversation.
That's for some
That's a future
contracts.
conversation.
I suggest we not worry about that tonight.
Yes.
We'll figure out a time and place to do that. The other piece that I heard, though, was a concern about the percentage increase for each of the bands. And can you just review the top band and what percentage increase is being proposed in this?
Sure, but before I do that, there was a request on the numbers in the people in the thing, so I just looked, and of the 23 12-month administrators, 9 of them are over the 90%. Of those, I think it's 5 are in the retirement track, 4 or 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 of them are in the retirement track. So just to give you, that's the concept.
So there's 4 people that are in
Dan,
that.
how many are above the 85th percentile? So that's the band that you picked, above the 85th.
It is,
Yes.
I was trying to answer the question of how many were over 90. So the question of how many are over 85, you're talking
Momentary pause.
13 of the 23. Of those
Are what?
Are over 85.
Over 85. Of those 13,
Momentary pause.
6 are in the retirement track. So the net is 7. Just
Right.
trying to make sure.
So we're looking at 7
You're asking
contracts
for.
right now.
Lisa Hessel.
Which are being recommended for a 2%
2%.
to slow the roll.
That is our recommendation. If we were in every other year that we've normally been in, we would have said the average raise would have been 4.34, because that is the blend between the teacher on schedule, which is at 5%, which is roughly 2/3 of our teachers, and a blend of the 3% longevity, which is roughly 1/3 of our teachers. So the mathematical blend of that is about 4.34. And so that's what we would have done normally, versus what we're proposing is at the 85th percentile and above, a 2% between 70
Momentary pause.
70 and 85, 3.5, and basically below 75% is essentially what we're proposing. And our best sense is that the average raise that it'll work out to is that instead of 4.34, it's more like 3.13 is like that average. That's what we were seeing the differences in terms of those numbers.
Jim Batson.
And so the concern was between 2%, and some suggested that we freeze those at 0% in the impact.
I'm not comfortable doing that.
I'm not comfortable doing that either.
I'm kind of confused about, can we change the contract to
So-
have this sliding scale, or can we not?
So the current contracts read, the percent increase for each additional year will be the same as the percent increase for all their administrators not in the retirement contract. The contracts before you that are brand new contracts, that language has been changed to be able to reflect this practice that we would like to do. So when we look at the new contracts coming before you, we changed that language, and I'll read it to you here. To say that the percent increase for each additional year will be determined by the board in consultation with the superintendent. And so that would be the new language. Now, there are administrators that are on a current contract that says it'll be the same as everyone else, but we are working with those administrators for the agreement to go to this new system. They've also realized 12-monthers were that are on current contracts were in this group and realized that we needed to slow down and couldn't sustain for the district the 4.34% raises, and that those at the higher end needed to move down to the 2%. So that's why we're changing the contract in the new 12-monthers, and then those will cycle through, and that'll be our language moving forward to adopt this method that we're recommending. Now, if we want to look at a different type of method in the future for administrators, that's something to look at. But this is the what we looked at with the market analysis and looked at our administrators, a opportunity again to slow down the salaries for our 12-month administrators.
And they agreed to it.
Yes.
It was all part of the conversation. So you have our administration making a recommendation to us that's based on conversation with the people who are the recipients of these contracts.
Correct.
Even those that have a contract that implies they should get more.
Correct.
Pause for discussion and questions.
Is there any further discussion or questions?
Pause for discussion and questions.
Do we want to take another vote?
Roll call. It's up to you to call.
Let's do a roll call.
Okay. Cotwall,
No.
Kulkarni,
No.
Batson,
Yes.
Benjamin,
Yes.
Carmichael,
Yes.
Drumkey,
No.
Hessel.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for
Momentary pause.
good discussion, deep discussion, but we'll have more discussion.
Momentary pause. Lisa Hessel.
Speaking of discussion, we will move on to our first item for discussion, student and staff support plan for diagonal movement.
I wanted to go ahead and just acknowledge one thing. We're going to hear from the teaching and learning team about the multi-layered support plan for students and staff. However, one important component of the support for teachers is not included tonight because it was not supported by the District 128 Teachers Union. When asked what resources would be most helpful, many teachers replied, more time. At the last board meeting, the union spokesperson said,
Lunch and Learns and Teacher Institute days are not sufficient for the learning she desired. The state of Illinois allows school districts who need additional time for systemic change to add school improvement days. We developed a proposal for 6 two-hour school improvement dates to increase time for teacher learning and collaboration. However, it was not accepted by the union. Instead, they asked that we more efficiently used the current time that is allotted to us, and we will do that. What you'll be hearing next are all of the other amazing things that we're putting into place to support teachers and to support students in implementing the APA and heterogeneous classes.
Thank you. Oh, can we put up the presentation, please? You ready?
Pause to put up presentation on screen.
All right.
Dr. Brian Wegley.
Nice. All right, we look forward to providing an update to our support planning progress to begin the 2024-25 school year with expanded academic support for diagonal movers and heterogeneous classes, which are our freshman college prep courses. District 128 is committed to enabling all students to achieve their full potential. And we have a history excuse me, of success with students who challenge themselves with courses that offer increased rigor. And we are also committed to providing expanded academic support. I want to thank everyone who has continued to work on the plans that are in front of you. You see them summarized in the memo and then the presentation. Our administrative team has gained insights from our MTSS team, heterogeneous teachers, and developed and continued to evolve the plans in front of you. Several teachers, including instructional coaches and administrators, who are proposing to run 13 District 128 university courses, and we right now have 182 registrants for that. We have 151 teachers who are participating in summer curriculum and summer work projects, many of which are attached to supporting our students next year. And as we discuss these plans, just keep in mind Tier 1 supports are for all students, and that begins with high quality instruction in our classrooms. And then our Tier 2 supports for about 15% of our students, and then Tier 3 are approximately 5%. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Gilliam and Dr. Colentis to review our significant supports that will be in place for the fall when we start the school year.
Pause for slide.
How's this guy work? Right there.
Dr. John Gilliam.
Thanks. As we begin to discuss our supports, for each support in place, we've drafted a process. Boy, sorry, y'all. It's a heavy.
Pause for technical difficulty.
We've drafted processes to refer, to approve, to support, to monitor, including exiting students who meet the goals of the intervention. These processes will be fully developed and approved this summer through department chair and teacher teams. It's important that we get key individuals together to make sure we have this part of the plan correct. Next year, we will also include building MTSS teams who regularly review and evaluate how these interventions are succeeding. Just to set the stage before Dr. Colentis shares updates since our last presentation, we want to quickly recap our intervention programs. We've talked several times over the last weeks about our program Assisting with Success, or PAWS, Tier 2 support. Again, this program's full period executive functioning component has been in place for years at both buildings. However, the numeracy and literacy components were designed together by teachers and administrators at Vernon Hills. These programs address literacy and numeracy skill deficiencies at 9th grade and use PSAT 8 scores and STAR feedback for entrance and exit criteria. LHS will be jumping on board with skill development, with the skill development portion of the program this coming school year. New this year are the academic labs for English, math, science, and in college prep classes. 9th grade lab interventions again happen during lunch study hall with coordinated leadership through certified LHS and VHHS teachers. These labs benefit from newly updated curriculum completed in math, English, and science teaching teams. ESP will provide high-impact tutoring in coordination with course teams to guarantee alignment to to course standards and skills. Labs for other students in college prep courses will take place before school with the same high-impact tutoring provided by certified classroom teachers from both schools. The Board of Ed has approved, the Board of Ed has opened the door that if the Board of Ed, it's a little late. The Board of Ed, the Board of Ed has opened the door that if the before school strategy doesn't fit student needs or fits too many students, we have too many, we could expand the program into other periods throughout the school day. And we're grateful for that latitude. This academic roadmap is developed to help us give visuals for students needing support. You've seen this before, but the roadmap will be used in programs like freshman transition, link crew, ninth grade orientation, and counselor meetings to foster support conversations and interventions for plans with kids. As a matter of fact, this document was even shared just hours ago in our Diagonal Movement meeting to help explain where the interventions will be available for those kids. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. K to share updates in these areas since we last met.
So we want to talk about the work to build out the enhancements of our academic support systems. And this has been a primary focus of our work over these past several weeks and will continue throughout the summer. At this time, we're going to provide the board with a quick overview of the progress that we've made in the various areas. So our primary area of focus has been enhancing our supports for our students. And with our master schedule complete, we are now able to review our duty pool and analyze staff available to be assigned to our MASH and ARC. In addition to that, we've posted and begun the hiring process to increase the academic support available to our students through the hiring of instructional aides. And what's important to understand is Vernon Hills is actually hiring more instructional aides because they have less teachers available in the duty pool. So we've adjusted based on the data that is school specific and adapted the hiring needs to make sure both schools, either through duties or through instructional aides, had fully built out their MASH and ARC. As you saw earlier this evening, we've also created a program both to celebrate and encourage our diagonally moving students. Part of the program this evening was to provide these families with an understanding of the academic supports that will be available next fall. This was delivered this evening, was a lovely ceremony. There were 2 students that I spoke to from Libertyville High School who felt it was a valuable experience attending that program. We've accessed our varsity tutoring licenses, and we will use the summer and early fall to develop the processes for helping students learn about this resource and access it when needed. So they will attend the MASH and the ARC. We will have systems in place to help connect students to this resource, but we will also work on communication that is available so students who don't attend the MASH and the ARC would still know that this resource exists and know how to connect to it. In addition to our freshman tutoring, our freshman transition programs, we will work to explain this information to sophomores through seniors. We also communicated tonight that our diagonal movers, the opportunity to participate in our back to school academic workshops that we are planning for next July 30th and July 31st. We've allocated summer work hours and are inviting AP teachers to help us design the curriculum and the resources for this workshop.
Pause for slide.
We are also, this buzzed, it like shook in my hand, so I don't know if that tells me something. It just tells me it moved. All right, this is high tech. So we also know that for students to be successful, we also need increased staff support. So as Dr. Wegley shared, we have allocated significant resources, more than we have historically allocated, to the summer work and District 128 universities. We have, as mentioned, approximately 151 staff members, 20 administrators who participate in the important summer work. And we have we are offering 13 D128U classes with 182 registrants as of 4:30 this afternoon. Both of these are important because these efforts are primarily led by teachers for teachers. The summer work in particular is completely focused on teachers and staff having the time to work together to address the curriculum, assessment, and instructional efforts that they have proposed that they will need to make next August to best support their students in a variety of ways, not just connected to our heterogeneous classes or our diagonal movers, but in addition to other curriculum and programmatic efforts that they are making. Our teaching and learning team, including our instructional coaches, is beginning to organize our professional learning focus for next year. So these efforts we anticipate will be intensely focused on supporting staff with differentiated instruction needs and also ways to build a strong sense of academic identity and belonging with all students. District administration has listened to feedback that staff feel overwhelmed with the pace and volume of change, and in response, with discussions with administrative teams, District 128 committees, and union leadership, they have assessed ways that various efforts might be slowed or the runway for change is extended to provide staff more time to focus on the major efforts needed to best implement the supports for diagonal movers and heterogeneous classes next fall. Most noticeably, we had our District 128 grading and assessment group come back with recommendations about two aspects of that work that we could pause. And it was an administrative recommendation and action that teachers have that ability, and that has been communicated to our staff, and we are collecting data about the course teams that will take advantage of that pause. Finally, we continue to work on aligning our MTSS process with staff. This is important because part of the stress our staff feels has been from their efforts to support student academic needs and SEL needs without a fully built out MTSS system. Enhancing and communicating our MTSS procedures are intended to design systems of support that partner with staff so that when students struggle and a teacher has really used all of their best Tier 1 instruction, they will have strong options beyond their own efforts to support our students. Continuing with our supportive staff, we've also just completed all of the curriculum alignment for our 9th grade heterogeneous courses. And as we've discussed, we've allocated significant resources to furthering the curriculum work this summer. We know, however, that support of our staff needs to extend beyond the summer. Therefore, next fall, we will enable department chairs to work with course teams to create extended PD options where teachers working with new heterogeneous classes or significant amounts of diagonal movers will have time to collaborate on the instructional efforts needed to best support these students. So they can request a half-day or a full-day release. We were hoping that we would be able to utilize some of the late start time to also address this need. That was something that we didn't get approved this year through our discussion with the union. But another action we can take is that our master schedule next year, Andy Young and Oli Stevens have worked very hard to try to maximize the common prep and planning times that teachers on course teams have. We've targeted course teams that are working with heterogeneous class members or have high numbers of diagonal movers. Giving the teachers the ability to collaborate during the day is a way that we can hopefully respond and support the reduction of teacher stress, because when you have a common prep period with your teaching colleagues, you can meet during the day, not have to come in earlier before school or not have to stay late after school in order to be planning with all members of your team. Finally, we want to speak quickly about the progress for supports for families. As we talked about, our assistant principals for student services, Oli Stevens and Andy Young, last week sent a comprehensive newsletter to all LHS and VHHS families, outlining the ways family could review the student course selections for next year and the timeline for requesting changes this spring and summer. We strongly encourage all parents to review the newsletter carefully, as it is a wealth of information about their students' academic plan for next school year and the ways that this might be adjusted if needed. As students and families return to school next year, both schools will be providing information about the ways students can access academic and SEL supports when needed. And while some of that will be done in writing, John and I are also been discussing what type of back-to-school webinars are needed in order to convey information through that medium. Our goal is for all families to feel that there's a shared academic support system for all students, staff, and families when they return in August. And I think, Brian, you're going to take staffing
I'll wrap
progress.
up for staffing. As we discussed, the certified FTE positions have been expanded in our 9th grade pause and in our newly created labs. When you take those two interventions together, that's 10.4 FTE that has been assigned to that. And there was a question we actually received tonight saying, well, some of the data we've shown really shows the kids who are already here, 10th through 12th grade. And the work that we've been doing, as a reminder, has been on diagonal movers beyond freshmen, because the first work that was done was for our freshmen. And I'll tell you, of the resources that have been put in place, this is robust. 10.4 FTE that is assigned for your pause intervention and your lab is significant support that's in place. The data that we've been talking about since has really been about our other diagonal movers and what support are we going to have in place for them. And that work has been ongoing as well. As was mentioned, we have English, math, and science aides in our 9th grade lab and in our an EL aide who will serve in our lab for other students, along with our 0.6 FTE aides that are going to be in MASH and ARC that expand the support beyond just those teacher duties that are in place.
Middleish Cotwell.
Brian, one question, if I may stop
Yes.
you there, right? So, and maybe just a dumb question. When you say assigned, does that mean there are actually teachers assigned to those categories that you're talking about, or it's just the plan to assign those many?
So those teachers for the
They are signed up
10.4
for those.
FTE, all our teachers are now receiving their schedules and being placed in courses. And that 10.4 FTE has been assigned to teachers who will be in these resources for support. The positions that are aides we've drafted the job descriptions, they're posted, and we are getting applications for those positions, and those are qualified applicants at this point. We're going to continue to have those come in.
Okay.
Okay. And as was mentioned, I just want to highlight just a couple other things that we have on the plan. So you've heard about the summer work. That is work to refine and complete plans for labs and resource areas, is enhancing our curriculum to support diagonal movers and heterogeneous classes. So, and you've got a list of several of those in the memo. There's some quality work that's going to occur this summer, and a lot of that work was proposed by our teachers. Now, we did an all-call. We have things that we knew needed to be done, and we have teachers who have volunteered to be part of that work, and we have teams that are put together for the work that we know needs to be done, and we've also listened to our teachers. That's been supported at about twice the rate that it normally is. And for our D128 universities, those are things like 128 unlocking engagement. That course is actually maxed right now. So we have a waiting list for that class as we see that. And there's several other options that are available as well, including leveraging backward design and some other things for differentiation. So there's a lot that's available for our teachers. And then, as Tom mentioned, teaching and learning are going to continue to build out the systemic support that's going to be needed for the fall. And I think that we've got a list of things that we know we're going to get started on. The late arrivals would have been a great mechanism for that, we believe. But we also know we're going to take advantage of the time we have, the Institute days, and then we also have days that are available to us on Wednesdays that are our building professional mornings. Those partially support our departments and their needs, and they will also support some of these systemic needs that we have. We continue to progress and build into the continued support that we have. We now open this up for questions.
Dr. Tom Kulentes.
Go ahead.
Sorry if I missed you say this, but just wanted to highlight too that we did hire or assign an additional 1.0 FTE to generate greater flexibility for students to drop down levels if needed. And that was brought after finding the pinch points. So we didn't just blindly assign that. We looked at what are the courses where we're seeing the highest amount of diagonal movers and where would be the courses where they would potentially drop into. We examined the ratio of students that are in those classes and looked for areas where we felt we needed more flexibility for student movement. And that was an additional 1.0 that you as a board approved. Those positions have been, those classes have been added. Most of that was able to be absorbed through a lot of our part-time staff going to greater amounts of FTE, but that did generate some hires for us, which we have posted and are now in the process of seeking.
Questions?
Pause for questions.
What's your interest like for the stipend positions?
Now, that is work that is going on with the union, and Bryant is working with our union on those. So that is in progress. Bryant, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so since those are the stipend positions with the union, we need to work with the union on an MOA on creating, what that looks like. So job description, pay for that. And so once that MOA, we're in discussions on that. Once that is completed, then we can look at what interest will be.
So what's the timeline for it? I mean, we're in the last week of school right now.
We've met with the union a couple times, so we're hoping that we can bring that to our next board meeting for approval.
Sunal Kulkarni.
And after that MOA is done, then we start hiring or offer positions to teachers.
Correct.
For those extra duty stipends. Yes.
So at this point, we don't know how many, if we will have interest or if we will have enough staff or not. Would that be an accurate statement?
I do not know because we haven't advertised it yet.
Okay. I'm going to ask a more philosophical question because I was counting every other word that was being talked about said the word teacher. That is in my mind in conflict with everything I heard today. It's like we're talking about two different, I think in one of the communication partners had said it's a tale of two D128s. Help me square this? I can't put left and right together. It's not an equation, it's an inequality sign. I don't know how else to ask this.
Middlesh Kotwal.
Had the same thought.
Dr. Tom Kulentes.
Yeah, I think that we have, with the freshman part of the proposal or the staffing plan, we had teachers involved at Vernon Hills in the design and the building of that model. When we as a district moved that model over to LHS, there were fewer teachers involved because it was a pilot program done at Vernon Hills that was moved over to our building. So depending on who you talk to, a teacher from Vernon Hills could say, I was directly involved in building that. A teacher from LHS might say, I wasn't involved in building that. As we've worked to build out our sophomore, junior, and senior, some of our teachers have been involved in those discussions, but others have not, given two things. One, the time of the year that we were working on those, and two, the fact that not all teachers are impacted by those changes. We've tried to pull and focus just on the teachers who are in the heterogeneous courses or who we believe have the greatest amount of diagonal movers. So there has not been a full, large staff meeting where every single teacher and staff member was involved in the discussion of this and in the building of this. Some staff members were involved in MTSS discussions because of their connection to that team. Others were not. We know that we need teacher buy-in and support. And so one of the things that we've been talking about is who are the teachers that are needed in order to help create these models? And then what is our communication and staff learning plan for the other staff members who are not part of this, so that when school starts in the fall, they have a full understanding of how these supports will work, how they will utilize them, and how they would be connecting their students to them.
Sunal Kulkarni.
Okay, I mean, I'll say this again, we're in the last week of school, and I know I'm looking at you guys because you're in my line of sight, but, and I think from what I've seen, I think you're in the hot seat now, but you got pulled into developing this late in the cycle, so that's just how I see it. But everything you're saying, it still needs to be done. We're in the last week of school. You know, teachers don't have to work over summer, from what I understand. So how are we, come August 1st, what confidence does anyone have? I don't have confidence right now that we're actually ready to pull this off. But help me change my mind here. I don't see it.
I'll be more direct. I feel we are running out of time, right? Given where we are, the amount of work that still needs to be done to get us to a point where we have confidence. You know, I'm not trying to diminish the amount of effort you're putting on this, right? Don't take it that way. What I'm trying to say is that if I have to do like my typical progress chart of what's been done and what's still remaining and who are the people who will need to be involved for the what's remaining, I don't see the confidence to get to the 100% mark.
I think there's work ahead of us, for sure. You know, when I joined and started working on the work that we're talking about here, everybody has jumped in and done their level-headed best to put together a plan to move us forward. Given the work that has been undertaken by the district, and I understand that there's some anxiousness about getting this work completed. What we have tried to do is take each facet of this work and move it forward as well as we can and develop plans that are in place for the start of the fall. I think we have plans in place for every aspect of the plan that's in front of you to get built between now and when we start school. And it is going to take a lot of effort with summer work and summer curriculum work to move forward and finalize the pieces of the plan. But I don't think that it is fair to say that the plan isn't drafted out at this point. We have a lot of these pieces that are in place, and for the interventions that we're building, those interventions have a flow through them that needs to have teacher voice and needs to have insights to build out. And I think when we get to the fall, do I think these supports will be perfect? I do not think they'll be perfect. Do I think they will be robust and support our district as we move forward? I do think that they will be supportive as we move forward, and we're going to need to continue a focus on the work that we've been doing as we go through next year and beyond. And we need to do it in a way that includes voice and includes our teachers and gets to a point where we're all a lot more comfortable with this as we move forward.
And when will we do that work?
Yeah,
because we are running out of time is my major concern.
There are plans.
I mean it in the nicest way, but
every aspect of the work that remains from where we are right now to where we will begin the school year, there are projects in place and people assigned to those projects to do that work this summer. And much of that work has been done. We're not starting from ground zero. There's been a lot of work that has been done to put the plans that are in front of you in place. And I understand that there is a desire for more voice, and we need to be together as we move forward. So there is work to do, but that work is planned. The work in front of you with the 151 teachers and 20 administrators, those aspects of the work are planned. And I would invite you guys to enter that as well.
Sunal Kulkarni.
I'm going to go back to on April 15th when we met at the LHS auditorium, one of the questions that was asked of board members is, what do you need to be comfortable? My number one ask was, I would like for you to identify all failure points and have a plan B. When I asked this question by email today, and I think Mithilesh, you said I would like a exit strategy or a
It's
or
a
a
rollback
failover,
plan
rollback
that
plan.
we talk about typically.
And I understand both don't exist as of now, and no matter what, we're just going to go ahead. That's what the email said in my question. How can I be comfortable with that? I mean, especially in the backdrop of what the students said today and the backdrop of what the teachers have said today. What data points do I have today to say, yes, we are actually ready?
Momentary pause.
I mean, my fellow board members, if you guys have seen something I have missed, then please help me. I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I'm not seeing it.
I think one of the things that's different when you talk about a rollback is in response to the board questions. It's not, can we roll back either of the two laws? That's not the question. Those, we have students placed in the class, they have their legal right to have access to those classes. That's the point. That is not a rollback. What we are doing is rolling forward. We're going forward and doing as much as we can to enhance the systems we already have in place. Again, I think the thing that
Mithilesh Kotwal.
is challenging.
Denise, that's a little bit in contradiction to what transpired when that question was asked last time. Because as much as I remember when I asked the question last time of what will be can we have a rollback plan in place in case we can't get the elements of this plan? And what I was told at that time is, yes, we can put a rollback plan in place.
No,
From what I'm understanding right now is that rollback plan, even if it's conceptual, just like we are trying right now, the conceptual plans to move forward and work through it, what's the conceptual rollback plan? If it's not being developed, then just tell us so.
I guess I'm not understanding what you mean by a rollback plan. When I think about the law that we're required to follow, when I hear your original questions and all, it was what kind of options, if you can't hire enough teachers, then what will you do? If you can't do this, what will you do? So that we have been having conversations with teachers about applying those. We have people who are interested in signing up for them. We haven't been able to reach an agreement with the union yet to get them posted. And we have typically added sections over the summer, and we typically have teachers who very much would appreciate the monetary value of the additional overload. For many people, this is doing what they love, helping students who are struggling in a content area that they're an expert in, and they will enjoy doing this, and their families will benefit from the stipend.
All that may be true, but in light of what the union said today, I'm not sure. And I mean, let me ask you my main question. I understand rollback is hard, but the point of having a plan B is you know what to do if your best intended actions don't pan out. So let's say you are on August 13th and the support staff that we wanted to have in place is not there. And now we have, 350 some students enrolled in a higher level class, not counting incoming ninth graders. What happens?
I'm hearing this, and I think there's a difference between, we talk about a rollback plan. I don't think
I'm not
there's
talking
any.
about rollback.
No. Just the concept of a rollback plan. I don't think that concept exists in education. I think it's a constant movement forward. We might not get as far or as deep as we want to get with any plan, but we're going to continue to move forward. We're never going to retreat from the plans that we have in place. And I think that, there's two major components of this in my mind, and I may be oversimplifying. We have the diagonal movers, and we've always had diagonal movers, and we've always been able to support those diagonal movers. We have a few more this time, and we have some that are maybe, entering into more rigorous courses for the first time. And so what we're attempting to do is put a lot of supports in place so that those students can be as successful as possible. So if we get to the fall and for some, I have confidence that we will have supports in place. I think our district, I think our buildings, I think our staff, I think our teachers, I think everyone wants to support the kids. So I think there's going to be some supports in place. Will it be an absolute 100% perfect of what our intention is? No, I don't think it, that's not, I don't think realistic, but will it be additional supports for those students? Absolutely. Will it help those students? Absolutely. So I think we have to look at it as not, we're either moving forward or we're not. We have to move forward with some portion of this and plan it out and collaborate with whoever needs to be collaborated. I'm confident that there will be some additional supports that are there that haven't been there before. That's just my
I would like to, when we started talking about this movement, and we were being told 2 years ago about heterogeneous, and Tom, you won me over when you discussed best practices for our heterogeneous placing in our team-taught students. That was 2 years ago. And we set the parameter of, yes, we buy into the why. But here's the parameter. The curriculum's not going to change. Our expectation is that the student is going to get the same exact experience in college prep and honors and AP. So we are saying that we're hearing, in general, we're hearing that the teachers are not buying into this. They've told us they're not buying into this. I agree with you that our students are going to be successful because, sorry, I'm going to roll back. It's late. We said that they have to have the same experience, and they needed two things. They needed support to get there, and we needed to support our teachers as well. Those were our parameters. We're questioning whether we're ready for our support for our students. And what I'm hearing in general is, trust us, we're going to get there. I can almost buy in. I struggle with that. Secondly, what's the difference going to be? And my feeling is that we are going to be overloading already overloaded teachers to get there. If our supports aren't ready, our teachers are going to do the job because they've always done the job to support students outside. As I was trying to problem solve, one of our concerns was, are we overtaxing an already overtaxed faculty? Is there a way that we can measure our teachers, I've talked to tons of them, are with students on their prep time, on their daily time. Is there a way that we can include in this plan some measure that the teachers can be reporting that says, I met with this, how many students for this period, which is outside of their rostered time for additional support? Because if our supports that we have in plan and this plan is effective, we should just see a natural decrease from teachers supporting students outside of their rostered time and being supported by these plans, the plan that we have put together. And that's the fear. That's what we're hearing from the teachers, is they are going to be even more overwhelmed than they already are, but they're going to do it because they're professionals and because they care. So how do we measure if our plan is working and it's not overburdening the teachers and they're not able to report that?
I like the suggestion of them having a way to report that, though.
We have a data person. It seems like it would be pretty easy for them to be able to report how many students they had to give additional instruction to outside of their rostered time, if that is, and we should see a natural decrease from that.
Dr. Brian Wegley.
It's hard to understand how we're going to track data for something we haven't tracked data.
Right.
Is that something, I'm just curious because I'm not a teacher, is that something that you track in your district? Is that something you tracked in?
I would have
No, but
tracked
my
it
interventions-
anecdotally. Like every morning I would go in and open up my lab and students would show up or they wouldn't show up. And there's certain times where after you've taught a course for a while, you know when those kids are going to show up. And so that's what you focus on.
Right, I'm asking if there's
But it's anecdotal.
Yeah, as opposed to something anecdotal. You're asking for something that I'm wondering, does that mechanism exist in other districts? Is that something that's practical to track?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that something that exists in other districts that's practical to track?
Cara Drumkey.
So in my own experience, because I'm not working in periods and I'm working in a general ed and elementary, it's not, because the teacher's with the students all day long. They don't have a 40-minute period for just English or social studies. But it seems that if you're working in periods, there's some kind of natural way that that can be done. That if a teacher is being, that is what we're hearing. The teachers are being asked to make up that difference of support. Right? Is that, I mean, am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm hearing the wrong
I didn't
message.
hear that tonight.
I just want to ask the question. The goal of providing the extra supports is to provide additional support for students who may struggle because they're in a class that is more rigorous than they're accustomed to, because they're in a heterogeneous class that they're not accustomed to. It's not to decrease in any way the natural propensity for a teacher to work with a student after school or before, or they run into them in the hall and answer a question, whatever. That, I don't think the goal is to decrease student-teacher interaction. I think it's to add additional layers of support to those students that might.
Well, I do think it's both. I think that you're right. Our teachers, and right now, before school, many, I don't have the actual number, but just from my experience being principal of Libertyville High School, walking our halls, many of our teachers work with many different students before school. That is a very busy time for teachers in their classrooms for supporting students. The thing that I am excited about is that I do believe that the enhancements we are making will not eliminate the need for a teacher to support a student. And quite frankly, a lot of our students, they'll bypass the other systems to seek out their teacher because that's who they have a relationship with and that's who they know cares about them. And so what we are doing, though, by building out the supports is making sure that students do have other options beyond just their teacher. So when their teacher's not available, they will be able to get support, and that our teachers, as these systems get developed, will be able to say to a student, for these types of issues, I'm going to ask you to go and work with these resources, allowing the teacher to be able to focus in on students with the most intensive needs. I do think we could see some reduction in the amount of students needing to seek their individual teacher as these systems become more robust and students realize they're not just dependent on a teacher to answer their questions, that there are other places in the building where they could get that information for them. So to your point, Mr. Batson, that is kind of, a secondary result that I anticipate. And while we haven't tracked the amount of students that teachers are meeting with on a daily basis outside of our resource labs, that is certainly something that if the board were interested in knowing, we'd be able to at least ask teachers their perception of, has the need increased, decreased, stayed about the same since we've implemented some of these programs, and we could look at that on a somewhat frequent basis over the course of the year.
And we do have an app that'll be part of Power School Unified Insights where we will be able to track the use of these interventions we're putting in place. And I think most importantly, next year will be how we analyze and how we evolve these supports with our teachers, with voice, with moving forward together, and be cautious about not adding more to our plate as we continue to work on these things that are mandates, these things that we have to get put in place. So I think that's going to be most important, is the how we analyze these things and continue to move.
Sunal Kulkarni.
So I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I need 2 questions answered. Question number 1 is all these best laid plans, if they end up not going the way we expect to. I'm not expecting perfection. Perfection is not a measure, it's very subjective.
Yep.
But we have to have a measure of success.
Yep.
That I haven't seen that fully defined yet. But what if that happens where everything we want to have happen is not happen. What happens to these 300 some students? And what happens to the incoming ninth graders who have been placed into a high level class because the APA lowered the bar? What happens to those students? I would like question number one. And question number two is, what steps are we going to take to mend the relationship and the trust with the teachers? Again, I heard every other word that is spoken here is the word teacher.
Yeah.
But that's the one group that is not supportive of what's going on.
For sure.
So 2 questions, please.
That's the foundation. That's the foundation we are going to stand up
sure.
this plan on,
No
right?
question.
So to me, that question number 2 is probably more important. And what do we do?
Lisa Hessel.
So there were 2 questions. The first one, what is the measure of success? Is that the first question?
Well,
let's
then
take
it's
it one at
3.
a time.
Question number 1, what are our measures of success? And if we don't have that now, I'm okay. We need to have them. Question number 2 is, come August 13th, 14th, whenever school starts, if the plans that we had set out to have in place were not as successful as we thought, we didn't have as many teachers who signed up or whatever happened, and the support structure we have designed is not fully staffed, what happens to those students? That's question 2. And of course, third one is, what steps will be taken to build trust with teachers?
Second one is a much bigger question that I think we're going to need other voices on. The first is really, you had asked the question, where are those pinch points? Where are those potential areas where we might not see success? How are we going to measure this? We're going to measure this short-term and long-term. Short-term for the interventions. If we just focus on those, we are going to be looking at the students that are referred, the criteria that they come in with, the support that they get, the attendance that they have, and that they meet that criteria and exit. So we will be tracking that, and our MTSS team, our building MTSS team, will be tracking that. Long-term, we're going to be looking at all the indicators of success that we already look at. Our student performance, our graduation rates, how our kids are going to college, how they're performing once they get there. Those things, our ACT and SAT scores, those things are a long-term projections. As we look at what are the pinch points, what are the places that we could have struggle, the first is going to be students who have moved that may need to move back. And that has been part of staffing. That has been something that has been paid attention to, even to the point of analyzing that need for diagonal movement, perhaps moving backwards to find out where we need additional staff, where the best laid plans needed some additional FTE. You put an additional 1.0 FTE in place for that.
That's your plan B.
That's a potential area that we know there could be difference in.
How
when
are
we
you
get
going
there.
to know that you need to activate that? Because
It's already in place.
already in
So as we see students.
That's
as-
not the question I'm asking.
lem-
What's in place right now is we have plans. We have a plan to staff up as n number of FTEs.
Yep.
My question is, come August 14th,
Yep.
if your n minus, if your n equals 0, then what are we going to do on August 14th
Which
for
is-
students who need help?
Which is another potential area that's a pinch point. So we know that hiring aides, for example, for the certified FTE, we are going to have that in place, right? We've already assigned that certified FTE. For the extra duty stipend, that needs to continue its path of negotiation so we can get that in place. For the ESP, if we find that there is not a sufficient pool of applicants, there is going to need to be some additional discussion about what we do. We can take those 0.6 FTEs, increase them to 1.0. If we're not filling those 0.6s, we can look at additional stipends for extra duty stipends if those are not in place. There are options that the team will be working on and can work on if we find that those positions are not being filled.
And when's the timeline to have those discussions? When is?
Right now, we have applications for them, so I think we need to see how the first round of hiring goes, and we might be able to report to you by June 10th that we've started to fill some of them. So we will only engage in that conversation if we face the fact that we don't have enough people applying for them. And again, we've had a robust amount of applications within the first 5 days of them being posted.
That's fair, but what is the time that you make a call and say we don't have enough people?
So when would we make a call to shift that model?
This part of Plan B is knowing when something failed, what has failed, and what am I going to do about it. So time is important in there.
I don't think it's about failing. It's about, our hiring these positions similar to other education support professional positions that we haven't filled all year, some of them, and we adjust and we adapt and we move people around. So I think, we look at these positions, they are posted. We are starting to look at applicants. This is still early. In the hiring season, though, for educational support professional positions, because they're not summer positions and because they're not teaching positions, sometimes commitment for people is difficult in May. But we, just like our other positions that we have to hire, we will work through them in, through the end of the school year in June. And then by mid-July, if we see that we have openings, I think then we start really, making decisions. But our team, I think, has shown in the past that we've had to make changes. We've had teachers that, for whatever reasons, maybe were out on parental leave and we didn't fill them with a sub, and we've had to adapt and make changes. So I think our team has always been doing that. So it's not whether we're passing or failing this, we have a very robust system in place, and we will do what we do in hiring the best possible people for this.
I don't mean failure as a failure or we failed. I mean that with every objective that you have in a plan, no matter how big or small the plan is, there is an opportunity that it doesn't go the way that we intended to. And we need to know when that has happened and what we will do about it before it happens, not after it happens.
So
Brian Kelly.
I think there's more than that goes on, that nothing is perfect in our plan in putting teachers in place when people go on parental leave, when people are sick. So there's a lot of adapting that we do throughout the school year and working with our department chairs and our teachers that I don't think a lot of, the board is aware of, or that a lot of other people are aware of, that our team is constantly adapting and making changes. This one obviously is one that is on our radar way in advance, and we're looking to August, and we have a long time to be able to adapt and make changes. I mean, there's times that it could be a Monday and I find out somebody's going to be out for a month. We didn't have a chance to really plan for it. I think so. In this case, we have a long runway to plan. And, I am confident that our team, our department chairs, and working with both of our associate principals will, they are in the system already looking at applicants. And if we can get people to commit as early as possible, we will do that. So,
Sunal Kulkarni.
And then my question number 3 was what are we going to do about everything we heard from the teachers today?
Dr. Denise Herman.
Well, one of the things that I'd like to comment on when I've met one-on-one with the union president and some other union members on their exec board and asked that question, what would be because I listened carefully to the remarks that were read in April, and I printed the copy and I sat with them and said, what would be evidence of these things that Ms. Olszewski listed? And when I brought some ideas about a shared learning experience, when I brought ideas to the table, none of them would be acceptable to the executive board right now. What that person said was time. It's going to take time. And I'm going to continue to brainstorm additional ways for us to build trust. But one of the things that we're facing is
momentary pause.
Many of the issues, when I talk one-on-one with teachers, they say we aren't resistant to change. One-on-one, every teacher one-on-one wants to help kids. It's when it becomes a group that it becomes much less flexible. And I think that's one of the things that we're dealing with is as a group, it's becoming less and less flexible. And we're just going to have to continue to offer supports and listen. One of the things we can't do, however, is not move forward with things that are required of us. Implementing school code is not an option. It's a requirement. And I want to work with the teachers on meeting that requirement. And I will continue to offer every opportunity for teachers to have voice in how we do it. But that's not been the past practice. When we're offering more time for teachers to learn and collaborate, that wasn't accepted. There's just some things that in order for there to be a trusting relationship, it has to be a two-way street. And I will continue to offer communication and opportunities for collaboration. That's how you build relationships, and I'm committed to that. But it has to be a two-way street.
Here's another thing I would say, because I sense some conflicting feelings here. So there's this sense that we're late. It's already the end of the school year, and what have you done? Here's what we couldn't do. The last few weeks, the administrative team gets together, makes decisions, and then comes back, because the teachers are going to say, rightfully so, you left us out of it. But what we also can't do, because they're drinking from a faucet right now, a fire hose right now, we also can't say, why don't you come out of class for the next 3 days and sit with us and we're going to plan. They have AP tests. They're trying to get final exams ready. They're trying to end this. So it can't all happen. One of the normal rhythms of a school system is that over the summer, you have time to take a breath, say, okay, what were those things that as we were closing a very busy and hectic and chaotic, you heard those words today, end of the school year, that we now have time to take a breath to actually pull some of those staff members in with us to say, all right, now we can focus. Let's get together. Let's build some trust back. Let's build this system together so that when we kick off in August, we're all on the same page. We have our entrance criteria. We have our exit criteria. We have as much of the staff in place as possible. We've got the curriculum lined up with the staff leaders who can say, okay, these are the skills the kids are going to be short. All of those things. But when is there time to do that? There's time in the summer to do that. And I understand for somebody who's not in the education, that seems like that's the 11th hour. How could that be the time that you're going to do this work? But as an educator, that's the time that we do this work. Think about this. There are new classes we're running next year that don't have a curriculum ready. Why? Because teachers are doing curriculum projects to set that stuff up so that they're ready to go in August. You could say you're late. The curriculums, you got 2 months to get this done, and there's going to be kids in your, but that's the normal flow of a system in education. So you're not seeing us panic up here, because we know we've got enough draft to the skeleton of this thing that when we pull ourselves together, when we have time to breathe, we're going to be able to put this together. Now, it could be ship it and fix it. Like we're going to start the school year. It's, to Brian's point, it's not going to be perfect, but we'll pull together and say, all right, let's tweak here. We might need to hire some more stipends if we can't find an ESP instructional aid, but that stuff happens all the time with us. So it's just a different perspective. I think the trust thing is if we can get teachers around the table working together with us to say, okay, let's work together to figure out what this looks like so that your students are successful, so that the system seems to work right, so that we have data that we can check to make sure that, you talk about teachers meeting with kids. I don't know that if I'm, as a principal, if I see a sharp decrease in the number of teachers meeting with kids, I don't know if I'm going to feel like that's a success. I'll only feel if that's a success if the number of kids that are coming in the morning to the lab is astronomical. That's okay. Now I can take that balance. But the two of them together, like if both, so we're going to have to kind of see what that looks like as we go. And I think we're going to be able to do that.
Well, I agree, John. And I think the other piece that's very clear to us is we have to be more intentional than ever in doing checkpoints along the way with teachers and with our students and families. So where we might have evaluated something after a semester, we are clearly needing to evaluate at the start where we at and in real time as this moves along to get that voice so that we're not lacking awareness of where these things are going well that we need to build upon and where there are pinch points or issues that the best laid plans are not delivering in the way we thought. And rather than just waiting for the end of the semester, like you say, it is about making adjustments as rapidly as we can. We believe that the board has indicated your willingness to hear us come back to you and say, hey, we've discovered an issue here. Can you help us in terms of resource allocation? You've given us an invitation to do that. And we anticipate that if that is a need, that we would put those ideas together and come to you as quickly as possible.
Sunal Kulkarni.
Thank you for that. I'm still stuck I'm stuck because I keep hearing conflicting things and I'm trying to just square things away. So if this is kind of routine, this is how school is run, it's routine practice, then why in this year do we have such an outcry from families? Why is that the case? What's your sense of it? You guys are the ones that work with families and students.
So when you
right?
say outcry from families, we have had significant public comment. But I think let's keep it in proportion to the number of families that reside in our district.
We had a
And
petition from like 1,000 individuals.
Did you read the petition?
Yeah, I did.
I found it flawed. If I didn't know anything and I read that petition, I would think, oh my gosh, I absolutely agree that there's this problem, this problem, this problem. But I know that that's not the case.
But that's
So the way
the
that-
problem, right? But that is a problem that we have. I mean, it's all part of the same.
Dr. Denise Herman.
Well, and I think that's why it's so important that as we have these dialogues as a board, we keep coming back to what we know to be true. And I think there has been a lot of misinformation. Several of the things in that resolution were false. They were actually incorrect facts.
I noticed
think-
that. No,
Well, you know of
I
of
noticed.
falsehoods in it.
All right,
Sunal Kulkarni.
we've had successive board meetings where we have a lot of public comment. That has not happened before. This is my third year on the board. It's only started happening in the last couple of months. So there's no smoke without fire. I'm not an investigative journalist to go and do what we call a corrective action, preventive action in my industry. But there is something going on there that's resulting in, I'm going to say, broad scale discomfort. Outside of the people who show up here, I'm accosted by people I know that would have ordinarily never brought this up to me.
One of the quotes that I wrote down tonight from a public comment maker, this is our hometown, not yours. We won't let you destroy it. Some of the things that we're facing are people fearful of change. Our demographics are changing in our district. The person who said this
Momentary pause.
also in public comment has talked about wanting to maintain a more elite system of having people enter our AP and honors, where the state law says that no longer is possible. So there are people who are clinging to the status quo of how we used to run honors in AP, and that is no longer legal. So we are facing a backlash. This is a systems change, and it is painful for many people. That's why, as elected officials, it's important for us to say, I took an oath to uphold the Illinois School Code. And I know it's making people uncomfortable. And it's not fun. It's not fun to hear these comments coming in. It's not fun to hear the teachers union, their own IFT. I'm looking at their website. They have a resolution supporting heterogeneous classes, supporting all the policies that we're talking about. But our own local union is not there yet. I'm working hard to try and help them see these are not optional changes. They're required changes. And our job is to try and set administrators, students, and families up for success.
I also think a segment of the community is working off old information, stale information that they are not willing to update their viewpoint based on that stale information. And I keep hearing it time and time again in my interactions with community members. And Sonal, you said where there's smoke, there's fire. Sometimes the smoke alarm goes off because there's just smoke. Sometimes you have to go fan the smoke away from the smoke alarm, go back and check to make sure nothing is on fire, and then you can proceed. And I asked last time when we were in our board meeting 2 weeks ago, I do feel like something is not amiss, is not awry in some of these plans. Like, I do hear some of your concerns, and I challenge our district administrators to answer some of those concerns. But at the same point in time, I'm looking at our MTSS, I'm looking at the plans we're having, built upon this summer. And from an educational background myself, like, yeah, this whole, teaching you get the summers off rumor, it's baloney. I never had a summer off in all the years I taught. I still don't. I've seen a progression with the information and the plans that have been brought to us by the DLT over the past couple of months, and I'm satisfied with the progression. Mr. Wegley keeps saying—
I don't know that we're going to come to a resolution. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm just saying, Mr. Wegley is saying it's not perfect.
Right.
Good enough sometimes is good
We've been talking
enough.
about this for 2 years.
Yeah.
And John and Tom, I think you inherited this problem and you have done an amazing job with what you inherited, because this was supposed to be work that's been going on for 2 years, and it doesn't seem like that work was been going on in a substantive way. The how was not being put together, and it kind of fell in your lap. And you've done an amazing job in the time frame that you've had to create this framework and create a plan that, I agree with you, it looks okay. But we've had 2 years. And I know we can't go back and change it. And that is kind of the communication that we're hearing. It takes a lot of work to create an MTSS plan that includes substantive interventions with identification, measure. I mean, I don't need to go through it. You all know that's not where we are right now. It's a good start and it's a good plan, but that's the frustration. And if we don't have buy-in from our number one people who are responsible for executing this plan, how do we expect success? And that, I guess, is why I keep coming back. How are we going to measure success? I mean, I guess the cat is out of the bag, and you're answering these questions to us, and we're going to hold you to this measurement of, is this working? But the frustration is we missed a lot of time. That a lot of this work could have been done for 2 years, and we could have been bringing in some of these other stakeholders and not have the acrimony that we're facing right now.
And because the how is getting challenged, people are going back to why are we doing this. If we had a plan in place that was, I agree with what Kara said, I don't think anyone would be challenging the why are we doing this. I personally don't challenge it. I believe that it's necessary. But that doesn't mean we are ready to do it.
I think couple things. I think we have very clearly, as you have, heard the feedback from community and from our staff of needing to be much more connected and in partnership with our teaching staff around major initiatives. That has come through loud and clear. And with this particular one, We have had a challenge by the board, by our community, to build out greater levels of support to help support a broader number of students. And I think we've created plans in order to do that, that do have a time basis of August. I personally don't believe we're going to be able to resolve all of the concerns about communication and trust by August. But from my role, as I'm transitioning into a new position this summer, I'm working with Dr. Wegley that everything we're building and moving towards with next year will be designed to be inclusive of teacher voice and teacher leadership in the work that we're doing moving forward. And that is a commitment that I know I need to make as a soon-to-be district leader in the work that I do to help build the supports necessary for our students to be successful and our teachers to feel that they have the resources and the tools they need to be successful. That is the spirit of which I wanted to step into this role, was to empower our teachers to find the ways to be in leadership of these things, with district moving to support that work. We are certainly not able to demonstrate that in all aspects of this work, but that is where we believe we need to head, where what is good for our system is to have that in place. And the work that we're doing as a transition is trying to get us so that in August, not that it's a fresh start, but that those types of opportunities become clear to our staff, and we make very real and continuous commitment to seeking staff voice and participation as these initiatives continue to evolve.
So I do agree with you on that. And I think it's my perspective. That's probably part of the problem. The last 3 months or 2 months of acrimony that we've observed, right? I think part of it is it's amplified by distracting information in there, but it is also amplified by us saying we are moving forward, and not telling them we hear you, right? A lot of times I think the statements that we make are unequivocal support and we are moving forward, we know we are doing the right thing, instead of just telling them, hey, we hear you, right? I think we need to challenge ourselves to put that line of communication. We are not going to get it perfect for them. At where they are, we are not going to get it perfect. And part of what I'm hearing is that that's not how education works. And I get it, right? I don't know that. But I think we are not putting the message out there that we hear you, or we got to it too late. And so part of the move forward is that building that trust. And I'm going to be direct in what I say next, is not by saying that I'm not going to back down, I'm going to move forward. That appears to them as if that you're not listening to them, you're not listening to their voice. That's how it appeared to me in the statement made today, right? And in the backlash that you get. What you need to have is the empathy that, hey, we listen to you, we are willing to work with you. There are things that we have to do so that, the amount of distraction that is created from the what is not to be questioned, right? I don't question the what. I don't even question the how, maybe right now. I think it's that surrounding communication that is being questioned a lot. And that's what we need to make the commitment and move forward and change our messaging a little bit to start earning the trust. I don't think that is being done right now.
And I think, yes.
And I like your commitment, because you're absolutely on the right path. I feel.
And in addition, yes, acknowledging, hearing those concerns, but more importantly, I believe for our staff is wanting to see the actions that demonstrate an understanding of that. And that is something that I believe as a district leadership team have really begun to discuss, is what specific actions might we take to demonstrate not just our understanding and say that we understand, but show that we understand. Some of the challenges we have is finding those agreements with the union so that the things we want to do to show that are the things that they would support as well, being receptive. But there are some things we can do just on our own that we have to take responsibility for, and then seek compromise with them on other things that require their agreement too.
I appreciate that, Dr. K. Thank you. And I appreciate everybody's commitment to getting this right. I do feel the responsibility to move this along. And with everybody's permission, I would like to complete the agenda so that we can go into closed session and come back out and approve the contract and conclude our business for the evening. So unless anybody objects, we are going to move on to item B. And as we did at our last board meeting in April, because this is a first reading, I'd like to push this to committee.
Agreed.
Is there any opposition to moving forward with
No.
pushing that to committee? Then I will turn it over to Dan to give us the brief on the budget hearing that's scheduled for June 10th, and if there are any changes to the fiscal year 25 tentative budget that's in our packet from last Monday.
There are no changes from last Monday, but given the support staff union contract, that will have some changes. So that'll take me a little bit to incorporate, but we've got time for those to be in place. So I've got the information there. So if you have questions, happy to answer, or feel free to reach out. This is also for the board, but also for the public to kind of keep this in the front for several meetings so that the information is there and available for everybody.
Lisa Hessel.
Are there any questions from board members about the tentative budget at this time?
Nope.
Seeing none, we are moving on.
Some time at F&F.
Pardon me?
We'll have some time at F&F to talk about it.
On June 10th, you mean?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So moving on to items of information, first on the list is the superintendent's report. There is one item that I think we want to visit.
Right. Mr. Stanley has an update on the Creative Entourage contract.
Yeah, so we had intended to do this at the May committee meeting, but I completely forgot. So everyone, this is all my fault that I did not remember. So here it is. The agreement with Creative Entourage was for $91,500 plus reimbursables for the community engagement process. The decision was made to terminate the agreement, and so this is an update on the final cost. The original cost was $91,500. The way that works out is it's a 10-month period, so they take that amount divided by 10 months, and we pay $9,150 a month. So what we actually ended up paying was 2 months of that contract based on when they started, and then based on a clause in their contract that was not the June 1st deadline. It was a different part of the contract that we were able to activate that essentially caused a 20% termination fee of the difference remaining. So that was the math. It was cheaper to do that and then to go with the other direction. And so at that point, we gave that to them and they said, yep, that makes sense to that makes sense to them. So the total cost out of that $91,500 is $32,940, which represents about 36% of the original contract. In addition, there was reimbursables that we have for their travel and time, so that's $2,574.51. But that's not part of the $91,500 because the contract was $91,500 for their services plus reimbursables, just like when we have other contracts, like for Gilbane or STR, they have their contract price. There's reimbursables based on the contract that's in place.
Lisa Hessel.
That's the information.
The total is about 35.
Dan Stanley.
The total is 35, but it's not 35 of the 91.5. The part that's the 91.5 is the 33,000.
Understood.
So the total that we're going to end up paying is right about that.
Thank you.
Those two numbers added together.
And the 20% termination fee was a part of the contract?
It was part of their master agreement. And based on our reading of that contract and everything else that we had, that seemed like the preferred option to go, and it resulted in a lower fee that we ended up paying. Because the other option was you notify them by the end of, the original language is escaping me right now, but I was thinking it's notified by the end of May to be done in June, something like that. And then you would basically end up paying 2/3 of the cost. So we were able to avoid that.
Thank you. And then Superintendent Herman has a brief update on her completion of the ISIL cohort.
Yeah, for the past 18 months, I've been one of 25 superintendents across the state of Illinois who've been coming together to learn from and with each other, and also to have coaching cycles and to have books that we've read on leading change and systems change. And Friday, we had our graduation. And so I'm proud to say I'm one of the 25 fellows of the ISIL cohort number 7.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And thank you to your commitment for your continued learning and development. In terms of board comments and events, the one thing I do want to point out is that Ed Red is partnering with the Lake County ROE to host a mini summit conveniently right here at Vernon Hills High School. It is on June 12th, and the link to register is there. But Carol, if we have board members that want to register, can they do that through you? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So it's going to be from 8 to 12, and there is a 12 different workshops. It's being offered to educators as well as board members and administrative staff. So there will be PD offered for teachers, and there's a whole host, there's 12 different workshops available with a lot of very interesting things. So if you haven't, I encourage you to click on that website to register if you would like to attend. The information about the joint annual conference is also included, but we don't have to review that tonight. Seeing that we have no ISB reports or CEDAL reports, I'm going to ask if we could waive any other reports unless there's something any board members feel the need to share. We can review the list of future agenda items. Does anybody have any additions or concerns? Then at this point, we are looking for a motion to convene in closed session to discuss collective negotiating matters under 5 ILCS 120/2C2, as well as employment of employees under 5 ILCS 120/2C1.
Benjamin, so moved.
Batson, second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
Batson.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Motion passes. We will convene an executive session, and we will be taking action when we return.
Fade to black. Fade into board members seated at table. Everyone returns to their seats. 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 Lisa Hessel.
Ready? Okay. May we have a motion and a second to return to open session?
Carmichael, move to open session.
Batson, second.
Thank you. Roll call, please. Oh, voice vote. I'm sorry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. We are returned. Now I would like to ask for a motion and second to approve the agreement between the Board of Education, Community High School District 128, Lake County, Illinois, and the Community High School District 128 Educational Support Professionals, Local 504 IFT, AFT, AFL, CIO, for the dates from ratification through June 30th, 2027.
Carmichael, so moved.
Batson, second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Batson.
Aye.
Benjamin.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Drumkey.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Cotwall.
Aye.
Kulkarni.
Aye.
The motion has unanimously been approved. Congratulations. And thank you to everybody that put in the work to make that contract happen. May we have a motion and a second to adjourn the board meeting?
Carmichael, move to adjourn.
Drumkey, second.
Thank you. Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Fade to black. End of meeting.